Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Legacy Fellowship channel. Look, this is our third mental health conference. It's become an annual thing for us, and we are so happy that you've chosen to join us today. Look, as usual, we have a stellar lineup of professionals who want to share with us about our mental health. So I ask you to sit back, relax, and get ready for some great information. Let's start off as usual with prayer because we never ever want to leave God out of anything that we're doing. So, with our eyes closed and heads bowed, let's start off with a word of prayer. Oh God, we thank you for today. We honor you. We magnify you. We lift you up, oh God. There is none like you. We bless you, God, for just allowing us to see another year, another mental health conference. Touch as we go into this conference, God. Let something be said that touches someone, that helps them to know that they can still believe in you and see a therapist, that they can still believe in you and there may be some mental defects that needs to be fixed. We thank you, oh God. We honor you. We love you, God. We just adore you. It is in Jesus' name that we pray this prayer by faith, knowing and believing that it is done. Amen. Guys, I'm so glad that you chose to join us again this year for this mental health conference. Look, get your pens out, get your papers out, get your questions ready. We are here to just share today. And I want you to know that just because you get therapy doesn't mean that there is something necessarily wrong with you. It just means that you need someone to talk to like everyone else. This year we have Dr. Mike. And without further ado, I am not going to uh, take up any more time. Um, but I want you to know that we're here today from 10 until 3. And throughout the time, we're going to have a plethora of things. And so I ask that you just stick with us and let's go for the ride in Mental Health Conference 2022. Mental health affects us all. I'm going to start off with Dr. Michael Barnes and move right into this mental health conference. Hi, Dr. Barnes. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing very, very well. Thank you. Glad to be back.
Oh, I am so happy that you choose to come back every year. It's a difference when someone chooses to be involved in a good event, and you have chosen to be part of this event for the last 3 years, but since its inception, basically, you chose to be a part of it. I'm so happy that you continue to share with us, and I'm not going to prolong this conversation. I'm going to turn the floor over to you and Uncle Mike, that's what I'm going to say. I called him Dr. Bonds, y'all, but he Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike, you could just take it from there.
Thank you so much, Lee. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay, thanks. Once again, good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be back. It's a pleasure to be invited back. And it's an honor. Um, Today, what I'd like to address is I'd like to address some of the misconceptions, myths, and fears, particularly with African Americans with regard to psychotherapy. And first of all, the need for psychotherapy comes about, or let's put it this way, all mental health issues are directly related to stress. And if anything, African American people are exposed to more stressors than just about any other group, dealing with racism, dealing with disparities in terms of economics, dealing with prejudice. Um, we are disproportionately affected by the challenges of depression, anxiety, post traumatic stress disorder, marital problems, and parental issues, more than I would say, more than any other group. So, given that, this would suggest a greater need for remedies such as psychotherapy. However, we African Americans have too many fears with regard to it, and we just avoid the whole notion of psychotherapy. Part of these fears that we have are real, some of them are imagined, but many of them are related to what I would call stigma. Now, what is stigma? I actually looked up the definition of stigma, and stigma is defined as a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. And then I went ahead and looked up an example, and you can't make this up. The example that came forth was when someone with a mental illness is called dangerous, crazy, or incompetent rather than unwell. It's a stigma when a person with mental illness is mocked or called weak for seeking help. A stigma is something, therefore, that people think that you should be ashamed of. Now, that's really odd because you think that if a person is basically, in this case, I'm going to talk about some other things, some other reasons why people get involved with psychotherapy. But if a person is seeking psychotherapy as a means to help them, you would think that most people would be more inclined to support them rather than make them feel bad or make them feel ashamed of. But we as African Americans have been made to feel badly about dealing with or seeking psychotherapy. And I've written down some of the reasons why those stigmas exist. And I want you, as I talk, to think of African Americans, if you are an African American, or think of people who you know in your families or whatever, that these things may be true. So one type of stigma is when people are placed in a situation where they're being judged or there's a social consequence that comes about. So a lot of people feel like depression and anxiety are considered crazy. If you were to admit that you were anxious or you were depressed, that other people think that you're crazy. Some people think that talking to an outsider, a therapist, may be viewed as airing one's dirty laundry. Some people feel like involving yourself in therapy, and these, what I'm reading, are things that people have found through research. They found that people involved in psychotherapy, African Americans involved in psychotherapy, consider themselves embarrassed that they're receiving it. Some people are so upset about disclosing frailties or difficulties, even with family members, and it's considered inappropriate to even talk about problems with family members. Some people feel like if they were to speak about issues, especially regarding mental health, it would reflect badly on their families because it would be an outward admission that the family wasn't able to handle their business, so to speak. And this one got me. African Americans, even those who suffer greatly from mental disorders, hold negative attitudes about people who obtain mental health care. And they look at them as other, and they say, I don't want to be one of those people. So you can see that stigmas are basically related to judgments that other people have about you, and they have social consequences. They make you feel bad, and they separate you from others. Another type of stigma results from what I consider false beliefs and false teachings. And these false beliefs and false teachings have no basis in reality. One of them deals with religious leaders and religious patrons who teach and believe that those people seeking psychotherapy or receiving psychotherapy are lacking in faith. I would argue that point. I think that we have all kinds of needs. I think we have physical needs, I think we have spiritual needs, and I think we have psychological needs. And I don't see how any of those needs or any of those domains overlap in such a way that if you're trying to get healthy in one, then it like conflicts with getting healthy in another. Well, we can take up that topic at another time. Many African Americans with mental disorders expressed fears about being involuntarily hospitalized, and they're unwilling to share their symptoms because they think when they do that they may get locked up or put away. That is totally baseless, but some people have those beliefs. The last stigma that I wanted to talk about was something I refer to as an irony, because in fact, many African Americans with mental disorders are unaware that they have a diagnosable illness and are even less aware that effective psychological treatments exist for their specific problems. So the irony is they don't want to seek psychotherapy, but there are psychotherapies that would help them in a way that would cure whatever disorders that they have. And the last one, in terms of an irony, is that the whole idea of stigmatizing someone who is seeking or involved in psychotherapy overlooks the fact that we are all the same. And we say it, but I wonder if we believe it. And we say things like, there before the grace of God go I. Some of the fears and concerns that people have are related to the therapist and or the therapy treatment that they receive. Some of these fears are real. Some of them are not. The ones that are real may be related to previous experiences that one has had with people in the medical profession. So if you had a bad experience and someone suggests that you go and seek psychotherapy, you may be really reluctant. But the same with regard to a medical doctor, given the fact that you've had a bad experience. You may say, I don't think so. The last time I did something like that with this kind of a professional, it was bad, very bad. So you can kind of understand if a person is reluctant or is avoidant of psychotherapy, given the fact that they had a bad experience with a medical professional. Another real concern, a real fear, has to do with the fact that many people cannot afford therapy, cannot afford it in terms of time, cannot afford, at least in their minds, cannot afford it in terms of money, which is real, cannot afford it in terms of responsibilities, which is another real thing. Okay? However, there are people in the profession, in the mental health profession, that are searching for ways in which they can make or psychotherapy and other mental health treatment affordable. Some are African American, some are empathetic or sympathetic to the cause, and therefore they're out trying to change policies, change regulations, make monies available, change laws even, to make psychotherapy available, because they see that psychotherapy, if it helps, and I believe that it does in most cases, in fact, data support that, if it helps us all, not just the person or persons that are involved. Now, some of the fears that we have are not so real. For example, some people have an apprehension regarding the clashing of maybe their values or the worldview that they have versus the one that they have with their therapist. Most programs now are equipping their clinicians with courses and training to make them a lot more culturally aware. And I will allow this though. I know that everybody that's taught doesn't learn. So, not everyone in the programs that are exposed to becoming more culturally sensitive, becoming more culturally aware, and sensitive, if you will, doing things that are going to be inclined to take on or empathize with the person that they're seeing with and therefore address their needs. Everybody's not going to do that. Everybody's not going to be as competent as the next person. So, you and I will talk about this later. You might have to try several different therapists if you're seeking psychotherapy to find the one that's the best fit for you. So I'm not saying that it's not true, but it's not always true. And a person can be very different from you, but yet be very helpful as well, because there's some things that they know that can help you, and you can help them become more sensitive and more aware. The other thing is that you need to know that with regard to psychologists, in order to obtain a PhD in psychology or any type of doctorate in psychology, EDD and otherwise, or PsyD even, requires a great deal of education, a great outlay of monies. So a lot of people with my background, a lot of people who look like me, cannot even afford that type of education. However, there are a great number of African Americans who are in the mental health professional field who have master's degrees, who may not have been able to afford a 4-year or 5-year doctoral program, but have been able to afford a 2 or 3-year master's degree program. And so some of them, and I've met many, they are extremely, extremely competent. It's kind of like if I could draw a parallel. I have had some really good experiences with physicians' assistants who may not have the MD degree, they may not have the doctorate, if you will, but they have enough expertise, enough understanding, enough sensitivity to help me. And they've been extremely, extremely helpful in my experience. So understand that they're there and they're there for you. Another fear that is somewhat, I would say, not founded. And let's put it this way. There are people who have braved, if you will, getting involved with psychotherapy, but they haven't prioritized it. And it needs to be prioritized. Just like any other treatment that's going to be helpful to your health, it needs to be prioritized. So sometimes people have been reluctant, have avoided therapy because they've come up with an excuse. Oh, I can't do this because of that, and I know that and I just mentioned, there are some concerns that we have, especially people with limited means. There's some things that are definitely difficult for you to do. However, someone told me one time that we find the time and the resources to do all the things that we find important. I'll just leave that with you and let that marinate. The other thing that represents an area of concern is the fact that some people are just not knowledgeable with regard to what to expect if they were involved in psychotherapy. And it's unfortunate, but most people's idea of what psychotherapy is all about goes to media portrayals. So you're watching a TV show and they or a movie, and they have a psychotherapist. Now, I tend to be extremely critical of those situations, and you can understand why. But I find that most of them come up wanting. They come up really, really poor. Psychotherapists are shown in they look absolutely ridiculous doing their job. So this is what is seen as representation of the people in my profession, and they do more damage. They do more harm than good. So it's unfortunate. You see, okay, there are bad people and good people in every teachers, bad policemen, bad lawyers, or whatever. But most of you have experiences with these people. You have doctors, you have experience with lawyers. So you have something to compare it to. Most people do not have experiences with saying upon what they see in these media portrayals. And I'm telling you, it's the path to psychotherapy is varied. What do I mean by that? People are mandated or recommended to therapy, either through a friend, a teacher, a colleague, seek psychotherapy. Others are mandated indeed for me. But other people, other adults especially, to seek psychotherapy. They seek it for a variety of reasons: to improve the relationships, to change some behaviors, or to deal with the fact a great deal of stress. I had the good fortune of hearing someone speak a couple of days ago, experience 3 successive deaths. If that for help, for support, for assistance, I don't know what does. Most of the time we think that people are seeking psychotherapy because they're crazy. Not crazy. They want, they need support. Okay? Or sometimes they just want. So what should you expect? No matter how you arrived at psychotherapy, you'll arrive at the first set of expectations about this therapy session. And like I said, largely because, or largely due to, you'll be expecting something in line with things that you've already heard. But I'm here to help you out with regard to some of the misconceptions regarding psychotherapy. That psychotherapy is a quick fix. They think that they'll call me up and they don't tell me that they want to get involved with psychotherapy. They'll say, I'd like to have a consultation, because I'm saying they think that after this conversation that they're having with me, that they're going to have in their lives, I'm going to solve, if you will, solve their problems and they'll be on. Nothing could be further from the truth. Okay. You should at least expect several sessions to know your therapist, to allow your therapist to get to know you. It doesn't have to be, it can be short term or it can be long term. And it depends on the presenting issues and depends on the goals. And you're equipped to share with the therapist the goals that you have with regard to the psychotherapy. Now, there are some things, but there are very, very few that require like 1 or 2 sessions. And they include the phobias and that kind of thing. But this is very rare. So, like I said, you should prepare yourself. You should prepare yourself. If you want something meaningful, got to change to at least allow yourself several sessions with this particular person. Is that psychotherapy is going to be easy. Easy. In most cases, it's not easy. Psychotherapy requires you to take a hard look at yourself. My office, I have this gigantic mirror that's so as soon as you walk in, as soon as a client walks in, that mirror is right there. You in some kind of way. But that mirror is there for a reason. The mirror is there because from recognize that you're going to be reflecting yourself. You're going to be looking at yourself. And sometimes I have to even just have the fact that the mirror is there. They're like, I'm just a mirror here? Yes, you're now sitting in front of it, but when you came in. So in addition to your working hard, you and your therapist will work together to develop more awareness of your current concerns. And your therapist is going to have you try different ways and coping. And I want to emphasize that because, and by and large, I have to call prior to the next session and remind my clients that they have homework and it's expected that they're going to have that homework completed when they walk in the door. Because it's not just about the hour or so that we spend together, it's about what you practice when you leave my office. So I have recommendations. We'll have some things that we'll uncover or discover. And I expect if things are going to get better at all, that you're going to practice because we all know that practice makes perfect. So the other misconception is that when you walk into a situation, when you walk into a therapeutic situation, that you're going to walk out of each session feeling better. If you've ever had physical therapy, you know that's not the case with therapy. Sometimes you'll walk out and you'll feel a lot more relief than you did when you walked in. But sometimes you'll walk out and you'll feel more tired, more in pain, if you will, than when you first came in. And you will actually question whether or not the therapy is doing what it's supposed to be doing because you're not at ease. But remember, therapy is about facing something pretty much that you're afraid of, all right? Something that has brought you to this therapeutic situation. Something that if you had a solution for it, you would have already applied it, but you haven't. So it's going to be work. It's just like school. It's going to be work trying to solve the problem. Another misconception regarding psychotherapy has to do with the fact that most people think that they can do psychotherapy. They think that there's nothing to it, that they can talk to their friends and give them the amount of psychotherapy that the friend needs because they're a good listener and they get along with people and so on. But talking with your psychotherapist is different from talking to your friend. The therapist won't necessarily you may be sharing secrets, if you will, with a psychotherapist, but the psychotherapist won't necessarily share secrets with you. Okay? And not because you're not trustworthy, not because you can't handle it per se. But if it's not going to be beneficial to your treatment, then why go there? Okay? So the therapist makes a judgment call. Well, you're a friend, but a psychotherapist executes good judgment. Sometimes people walk into psychotherapy and they expect that the therapist is going to tell them. Not necessarily. Some therapists, and it depends on the brand of therapy that they employ. But some psychotherapists, people are a lot more directive than others. I tend to be a lot more directive in my psychotherapy practice. I usually tell people what therapists do, because the brand of therapy that I use, if you will, is called cognitive behavioral psychotherapy, and that or cognitive behavioral therapy, and that allows me to kind of tell you or show you certain things that I want you to practice. Whereas other types of therapy, they just question you or try to get you to think in terms of and solve the problem, giving some guidance, but allow you to come up with the solutions yourself. Okay, and anywhere in between those two extremes. But even with my being directive, I don't always tell you exactly what you should do. I tell you some things, but not everything. Okay? So don't walk into the psychotherapy situation, and think that the psychotherapist is going to tell you, do this, do this, do that. No. They're going to lead you in that direction. And some may be more directive than others, but none is going to tell you exactly what you need to do. The other misconception is that you're going to click with the first therapist that you come in contact with. Not necessarily. Okay, I'm going to give you some things that you should be aware of at in a second. But you're not necessarily going to click with every psychotherapist, all right, or with the first therapist that you see. And it's all about finding the best therapist for you. So if you have your pens and pencils out, I'm going to give you some questions that you need to ask if you're in search of a psychotherapist. After your meeting, at the conclusion of your meeting, I want you to determine, has the therapist answered your questions to your satisfaction? Has the therapist answered your questions to your satisfaction? And these questions include your diagnosis, their clinical experience, and what the treatments could involve. I'll repeat those in case you're taking notes. Has the therapist answered your questions with regard to your diagnosis, their clinical experiences, and what your treatment or treatments could involve? 2, does the therapist convey professionalism in conversation, rather, in the office environment, in their description of practices or practice policies, regarding cancellation, regarding payment, regarding emergencies? Does the therapist convey professionalism? Number 3, is the therapist asking thoughtful questions of you? Are they getting to the meat of the matter? Are they able to kind of get a really, really good clue as to why you're there and what needs to be addressed? Number 4, how comfortable do you feel talking openly? Now, I'm not claiming that you're going to be totally open on your first session. Some people will. Some people will look at the first session as an opportunity to get everything off their chest. They'll look at it and they'll say, oh my God, thank you so much. And some of them will really believe, like I said earlier, that this will be the only session that they need because they've unloaded. Other people are going to be somewhat uptight about sharing information. And in my experience, African Americans are in that particular category. They're not willing to share a great deal, and partly because of the stigma that's associated with sharing secrets, if you will, or family business, if you will, with other people. But how comfortable do you feel being open at some point with this therapist? You need to come to terms with that. And number 5, do you like the style of the therapist, including the extent of interaction with you, their sense of humor, their ability to perceive and address your emotional state during the session? Can you get with their style? Does their style mesh with your style, if you will? Now, having said that, and going back over some of the things that I've talked about earlier, I put it in the form of tips. These are some tips. The first several appointments are typically used for you and your therapist to determine if and what kind of therapy can be helpful. You might have a session with a therapist, and based upon what the therapist is picking up from you, they may say that you're really not a good candidate for psychotherapy, that it's unnecessary at this point. That happens, okay? So don't think just because you decided to go that it's going to happen. It may not happen. They may find that you don't really need that. They may suggest some other things for you to do instead. Another tip, you should be asked to talk about the specific concerns that led you to seek care, as well as broader medical, social, and family history that will help the therapist to get to know you better. There are certain types of therapy, like I said before, structured, present-focused approaches such as cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy. These are time limited. You want to know the brand of therapy that the therapist is going to be using, okay? Because if these are the ones that the therapists are using, these usually are time limited. Now, how much time? That I couldn't tell you, okay? But definitely shorter than the approaches that I'm getting ready to talk about, and that is a psychodynamic approach or a psychoanalytic approach. Those two approaches tend to take a very, very long time. And it's been my experience, to be perfectly honest with you, that African Americans are better not involved in that type of therapy. All right. I think that we benefit better from something that's short term, something more directive, rather than something that will involve you dealing with intrapsychic phenomena, intrapsychic experiences. Now, I'm not saying don't go to a psychodynamic or a psychoanalytic therapist. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's been my experience otherwise. Rather than telling you what to do, your therapist will ask questions to help you determine what you want to do and why. And like I said, all therapists will do this. Some will be more directive than others, but all of them are going to try to lead you to come up with your own solutions some kind of way. Your therapist may guide you to consider other options that you have not imagined, or to think through the positive, negative, and somewhat in between consequences of taking a particular path. So your therapist is going to help you deal with, well, what happens if you make this choice? What happens if you make that choice? Okay? Because truthfully, let's face it, you're the one who's going to have to deal with the consequences. All right? So they want you to kind of imagine and deal with those thoughts before you even leave the office. All right? You may not click with the first therapist you see, or it might take more than one appointment to decide if they are a good fit for you. You may need to see more than one clinician for multiple sessions before you find the right therapist. So don't think that just because, you are seeking psychotherapy and you meet this person and it went well, the first session went well, you may find that after a couple of sessions that wasn't the best option. And you might have to, it's not a waste of money. It's a matter of choosing wisely. And the other thing I wanted to leave you with was treatment is a partnership. Treatment is a partnership between you and the therapist that can only be successful with mutual respect. And for this to occur, it remains the duty of the therapist to become culturally competent and sensitive to disparities, and in turn, communicate, support, and understand the client. If you're not feeling that, then this therapist is not a good choice for you. Okay. With that, I'm going to draw this to a conclusion and ask Lydia to come back and join us.
Wow. That's what I'm going to say. Wow. Oh my goodness. Like I have a whole bunch of notes right here in front of me because that was really just so good. Oh my goodness, that was excellent. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Um, many times everything you said is just so true. It's just so true. The stigma, made to feel ashamed and embarrassed. It's just so true. And it's just like all I can say is wow, because you just nailed it down today. You nailed it down, Uncle Mike. I mean, you just that's
let me,
it.
let me just tell you, because we spoke on this before, you and I, but one of the probably the most revealing, if you will, disappointing, disturbing
Hmm.
situations I was in is I was on a podcast and I was talking about some of the benefits of psychotherapy. And I had a minister to join the podcast and basically shout me down with regard to the benefits of psychotherapy. And said in so many words, and I didn't mention this, but I had it as part of my notes. But people think that therapy is something that a white person made up solely for white people. And I'm here to tell you that there's a whole, if you will, there's a whole, what is it now called? I'm trying to think of the name of it. But we have like a whole section. We have a whole bureau within the American Psychological Association that's devoted to African American and people of color therapies. And what we do when we have conventions, we talk about what's the best approaches, what's the best methods, what people are doing to make it more affordable. It's a whole movement afoot. It's something called Black therapy too, Black psychology. Okay, there's something that people don't know about, and I've gotten into arguments with people regarding Black psychology, but that's another topic for another day. But
Well, I will say this, Uncle Mike. I'm going to say this. You're not saying what I'm about to say. I want to put the disclaimer out that Dr. Michael did not say this. Okay? Now, what I'm going to say is most of the people who want to argue about it need psychotherapy. And I'm saying that because they have a wall that they've built up already about it, and they need somebody to talk them down.
It's true.
I'm touched on this, our religious leaders who have not really dug into it and understand that with prayer, sometimes you need psychotherapy.
Absolutely.
You know, and so they don't understand that they might need to talk to somebody because what we have built up as this religious thing that we're making a ball of, we have the faith and all of that. Sometimes God is saying, I sent somebody already to help you, and you keep coming to me asking for a solution.
Absolutely.
The solution may be psychotherapy. So I encourage you. Again, I said, I want to put this disclaimer out there. Dr. Michael did not say that. Because I don't want anybody to say he came up here talking against church. No, if somebody talked against church, it was me. And I'm a minister, so I can say what I need to say. Okay? So make it clear that sometimes it's just like the story. You've heard the story, Uncle Mike, where they say the man was in the water. He's waiting for the boat to come and save him. Everybody comes by and he says, I'm waiting on God. I'm waiting on God. And in the end, God said, I sent you 4 or 5 of you.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, sometimes that boat that's going to help you through the flood is psychotherapy. Think about it.
Just saying.
Just saying. Just saying. I got my tips. I got my questions. Now, my questions, I don't need the questions right now. I have a great therapist. Guys, if you don't have a therapist and you don't know if you need therapy, try it out. That's what I'll say to you. Absolutely. I'll say try it out. He made a very good point about everybody is not for everybody.
Absolutely.
So trying it out means you can go on one of these. If you can't go in the office, there are virtual appointments.
Absolutely.
They have apps on your phone now that you can click the app and set up an appointment. You can look at the pictures. I'll tell you how I did it. I went on the app. I literally looked through the pictures. And look, I was a little biased because I looked for somebody that looked like me.
There you go.
Me. And thank God that it was a good one.
And most people do. Okay? Because you want somebody that understands you. They don't necessarily have to agree with everything, but they have to understand you in order to help you.
Yes. So I just want you all to really, really, if you didn't take notes, this is on Facebook. You can rewind it back and get those tips that you need. You can look at it 2 weeks from now, grab those tips, find out what you need to do. We will have a list of resources that we put up every year. And Dr. Mike, if they need to get in contact with you or want to get in contact with you, how can they do that?
I have an email address.
Mm-hmm.
Now don't laugh as I give the email address to you.
Okay. Is it an AOL address?
It's an AOL.
Okay.
But it's an AOL address. And here is the address. P as in Paul,
mm-hmm.
S as in Sam, Y as in yellow, C as in car, H is in Henry, E, and then MIKE, Mike, at AOL.com. So
Okay.
it reads Psych E Mike. Okay? That is not to be confused with Psych O. Not
Yes.
.com. And
Yes.
I will respond. I
Yes,
definitely
God.
will.
Please, if you want to ask your questions I've never asked you in the 3 years.
Sure.
What states do you practice in?
Well, I have a New York State license, which is a wonderful license to have because of the remote option. I can practice in any state. New York is
Hey,
New York is reciprocal to any state. So
wonderful. The good part about this, if you're looking for a therapist, and if, I'm going to say if Dr. Mike has openings, you may be able to just have him. That's the one thing that's
yeah,
good. Really, with the virtual thing, it's really good because you don't have to be in the same state. You don't have to go into an office and talk to somebody over the phone. Sometimes video chat, sometimes phone chat.
it has been a real blessing that way, to be honest with you. And I do both. Enough don't want to be. They don't want to be seen. Okay, and that's okay. I'm not mad with you. Okay, I will talk to you on the phone, or I will do it on.
So, guys, for real, if you didn't get to see this whole session, please rewind it back. This information is invaluable. He really did a myth buster today. It was a complete myth buster. And if you have any myths or any of those thoughts in your head, psychotherapists are like everybody else. And I'll tell you a secret that I heard from my therapist, which is most
To how am I? How am I going to practice something I'm going to preach something I don't practice?
Mike at PSYCHEMIKE at AOL.com. All
Yeah.
right. Check him out. Send him questions. Contact him because he know what he doing, y'all. He know what he doing. All right. Thank you, Dr. Mike. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
you
Judy. I appreciate
so much.
it.
And can't wait to hear you again next year. I'm
Thank
telling you now, can't wait to hear you again next year.
you. Thank you so much.
All right. You guys have a great day. And we're going to move to the next speaker. Hey, everybody. Wasn't that fantastic? Oh, my goodness. Dr. Mike was actually so awesome. That information, I'm telling you, you can't pay for that type of information. I wrote notes. And it's so funny because I wrote notes that were just like my grandmother would have taken, but I wrote notes. And I'm going to give y'all a funny real quick before we move to the next person. I wrote my notes on a piece of mail. But the funny thing is, I took so many notes I wrote on the front and the back. He was awesome, guys. Let me tell you, he was so good. The information that he shared was priceless. And for real, check Dr. Mike out at the Psyche Mike at AOL.com. I laughed when he told me to. I did. No one really uses AOL anymore. But Dr. Mike was really into his AOL email. His whole session, it is so many myths around psychotherapy. And I promise you, they are all myths. They're not true. And if you just need someone to talk to, because sometimes we all need someone to talk to, I ask you to try it out. Dr. Mike, he may be available, and there are other clinicians maybe in your area that you want to try out. Check out the other clinicians because we still, if we see a psychotherapist, it doesn't change that we love God and that he's still there for us. He created doctors. And guys, I want us to be well-rounded, whole people. And that's why we do this conference every year. Look, I am already on 100 from that last session. And as usual, we have the Nurses Corner coming up, and the nurses always give us great information. But as we transition into the nurses, I want you to remember Dr. Mike's email, which is PSYCHEMIKE at AOL.com. You can also catch him on Facebook at Michael Barnes. So I would ask you to check him out. Uh, and also, while you're here, like and subscribe to this channel so that when we have these conversations, you can be included in the conversation. As we move along, we're going to introduce to some and present to others the Nurses Corner with Miss Tammy Saunders and Miss Karen Lee. Hi, guys. You are muted. If you could unmute yourselves, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Good morning, everybody. How
Good
y'all doing?
morning, everyone.
Good morning. Look, I'm so happy to have you ladies here today.
We're happy to be here.
Okay, I'm really happy to be okay with my sister Karen. Lydia, thank you for having us. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Karen, I don't know all of your titles, so as we go along, I will get you to just share your titles because I like our audience to know that we don't just pick up every Joe Smo from anywhere. We pick up people who are trained in the field that they are speaking to us about. You know, sometimes it's like oh, you people they bring on people to talk to you and they're just giving their opinions without any credentials to back up what they're talking about. Guys, Karen is a nurse too. I know that part. I don't know all of her letters because you know nurses they have. I didn't know nurses had that many letters, but now
They,
I do.
they,
After meeting Nurse Tammy, Nurse Lisa, who's usually with us, Nurse Teresa, who was with us a couple of years ago, they have a lot of. It's almost like doctors. They got a lot of letters that go back there.
Adrian.
And so, before we move on, I want to introduce Tammy. I want her to introduce herself and then Karen. And then we're going to get into this conversation about stress for caretakers. What is it? Advice for caretakers in stressful situations. That was the title. I just want to get it right. But I'm going to let the ladies introduce themselves first.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Tammy Saunders. I am a licensed practical nurse. I've been so for 43 years, and I'm also I assist a doula uh, delivering babies. I'm also a minister, and I think that's just about it. This is my sister friend Karen Lee.
Hello. My name is Karen Lee. I'm a registered nurse. I have my master's degree in nursing education. I've been a nurse educator. Actually, I've been a nurse for 21 years and a nurse educator for 15 years. I've worked in multiple areas as both a nurse and as an educator. And I just love educating people about their bodies and about things that affect us in life.
Very good. Okay, so Lydia asked us to talk about a couple of things, and Karen and I are probably going to bounce off of each other. I'm going to talk about the caregiver, the stressors of a caregiver, and Karen is going to talk about Alzheimer's disease, and sometimes those two areas become a little blurred. So I'm going to do what I'm here for, and then Karen will jump in, or will I'll hand it off to her. Um, a caregiver is anyone who provides care for someone else. Of course, it can be uh, professional, such as a nurse or a nursing assistant um, or a medical assistant. It can even just be a family member who wants to take care of their family. Years ago, it was not uncommon for families to take care of each other. It wasn't uncommon for children to have a chance to do like a round robin to care for mom or dad. It wasn't uncommon for the decision to be made to take care of mom or dad at home. There was a span of time, and I'm saying this as in the last 7 to 10 years, where we're coming back to taking care of families in homes, because I worked in long-term care settings and we had an influx of families pushing off their loved ones because it becomes too difficult to care for them at home. A lot of times there were some things such as um, dissolution of properties that begin to govern whether or not they were using long-term care settings because of the loss of assets for the patient. As in, if mom and dad owned a home, the long-term care facility could eventually own that home. So families learned how to take care of their families in home so that family assets weren't lost, family homes were not lost. Okay, so in view of that, um, it now understand, I'm not just saying that the only reason why you take care of your family at home is so you don't have to pay. Okay, because there are ways to care for family members at home and still have that person compensated for their time, etc. But my concern is the stressors that come with that, especially when you're dealing with a parent. Okay, one of the bigger deals as far as that's concerned is that you have to remember that you're their child. Okay, in that setting, and that's a big deal all in and of itself because um our homes, the way we were raised, is that you didn't talk to your parent no any old kind of way. Okay, and so you have to learn how to address them in a way that's respectful but still able to be firm enough to get done whatever you need to get done. Sometimes the caregiver can be a parent to an adult child. That is one of the scarier places because you expect a kid to take care of their parent, but sometimes the way the world that we live in now, it flips the script on us, and sometimes we have to take care of our adult children because of whatever reason. I mean, trauma, mental health issues and concerns, uh, just somatic problems. What is multiple sclerosis,
Yes.
cystic fibrosis, various debilitating diseases, and you have to maintain your role as a parent while being a caregiver. You have to maintain your role as the adult child of whoever you're caring for, and that can be terribly difficult. The big deal when you're going into this is um, information. Knowledge is power. The more you know about why you're there, okay, as in if it's just because of old age, if it's because of a debilitating disease or a terminal illness, know about it and know what to expect. Karen and I were going over some information about what she's going to talk about, Alzheimer's dementia, but I don't want to get ahead of us, but know about that. Routine is one of your best friends when you are a caregiver. Teach them the root Get a routine, teach it to your patient or who you're giving care to, and try to stick to it as much as possible, and let very little cause you to detour from that routine. I know it sounds rigid, I know it sounds horrible, but it protects you, it keeps you sane, it keeps the person that you're caring for uh, kind of in the driver's seat because they know what to expect next. um if I
I'm
Go ahead.
gonna I'll say one thing as well. When we're talking about adult children, the other thing is mental illness. As a parent, I've been teaching for, like I said, about 15 years, and you deal with a lot of things. So I'm teaching nursing students. So these are adults that are living a life. And what happened was one of my students had to actually commit, she was seeing some behaviors in her child who had a child, her grandchild.
Wow.
And it was very hard for her during this time. And she's going to school, trying to maintain her grades and being a caretaker of her father. And the thing of it was that her daughter had lost a child, and that was devastating to the daughter, and she couldn't get through it. And then there was some mental illness that came up, and the hardest thing was this parent had to commit her child because she needed help that she couldn't give her. And the whole time she's crying and saying, do I need to do this? Do I need to do this? And she had to, because what she was seeing was more than what she could handle. So what I'm saying is, as a caregiver, you want to make sure that when you're handling things, when it gets to be too much and you need an intervention with in a medical facility, you have to pull back. You got to pray about it and allow God to give you the strength to do what you need to do. Her daughter had gotten to a point where she was suicidal. And she was concerned about going to school and leaving her daughter. So she had to take her daughter to this facility. And her daughter is saying, Mom, why are you doing this to me? It's nothing wrong. I'm okay. I can handle this. And she had to, and the whole time she's crying, but she takes her daughter because she knows that her daughter has to get this, because otherwise she could come home and then her daughter would have taken her life. And her daughter, after everything happened and she got her stabilized, her daughter said, Mom, thank you. I know that was hard for you. So we're bringing it back to the fact that when you are a caregiver, sometimes you have to do things that are not comfortable for you. It's very hard. And some of those things break your heart, but you know you're doing what's best for that other person.
So as you have to make those hard decisions, okay, and they are hard decisions. One of the first things after you get your information, you get your routine and everything, is to take care of you. Put you in the equation, as in every third weekend, I'm off, completely off. If you have to engage other family members, if you there are long-term care centers that provide respite care, and you just let them go there for 3 to 5 days, sometimes even longer, just so that you can get a break. Because if you're no good, even in an airplane, the instruction is put the oxygen mask on you first, even before you put it on your child. So take care of you first. I know we would love to sit here and paint some Pollyanna stuff. Self-care is the best. Sometimes it's just not quite that cut and dry. What Karen was talking about, this person had the care of her father and of her child. The possibility of having to care for her grandchild. So she was really, really, really in the middle. But the big deal is, when you are a caretaker, there is a certain level of commitment that you have to be honest about. You have to be honest about. With me, I was the nurse in my family. And so I physically took care of my parents until I couldn't take care of them anymore. Okay. And I didn't feel no type of way that my siblings weren't able to do what I did, because you have to understand, everybody ain't cut out for it. Honest to God. And if you ain't cut out for it, please be honest enough to say that, because when you're honestly not cut out for it, a lot of stuff can come to the fore, such as possible abuse. And you don't realize what is considered abuse until it's pointed out by someone else. For example, there is such a thing as financial abuse. Well, Ma, if you don't do that, I'm not going to give you your money, or I'm not going to go to the bank with you, whatever. That's a form of financial abuse. It's their money, etc. But a lot of times, if you don't have the heart for it, don't put yourself in that position. I say this to nurses whenever I'm called to speak to nurses, that you have to love it. Now, granted, you might not ever fall in love with caring for your parent or caring for your kid or being a caregiver. You might not ever fall in love with it, but there has to be a certain amount of commitment, honesty, protection of yourself and who you're caring for. There are so many resources out there for various diseases: diabetes, heart disease, mental illness, HIV, AIDS. All of these things have their own support groups. They have a plethora of assistance and support. And I'm telling you, everybody's got a search engine somewhere. Pluck them up. They'll give you, and then you can find out what's in your area. And you'd be surprised how just knowing that can really indeed help. It's important, as I said, for you to know what you're dealing with. And sometimes it can be something just as simple as learning how to painlessly give um, an insulin injection. Well, now some of the manufacturers are giving you needles that go with certain kinds of pens,
Yes.
pens, and they're so tiny, but they still deliver the medication and it doesn't hurt as bad. There are ways of where we're not so stuck doing finger sticks anymore,
Yes.
and you can attach
A little thing on your,
yes,
it's
readers. They're
on your
blood
arm.
sugar readers on your arm, and all you have to do is use your phone. And that and that cuts that out. So the patient isn't anticipating you inflicting pain. Okay. Another part of making sure that you can do it is the practical things. Some people can't do poop.
Right.
Learn it early enough. It's one thing when you got little teeny fat legs, mommy,
Mhm.
mommy, mommy. It's one thing, but it's quite another thing when the leg is as tall as you are. Okay, and you have to learn how to do it. If you need to take classes to teach you how to change a bed with a person in it, do that. If you need to if you need to hire someone, suppose I'm the caregiver, but I physically can't do it. Are there enough resources, money, that you can hire someone to come in and do that part? In the event, no, okay, so it falls to you. So learn how to do that. Okay, manage your emotions, manage your mental health, because it's really tough that when you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and they got poop everywhere, they peed on the floor, they got it, whatever. You really have to manage that so that you can go into this and come out come out loving whoever you have to at that moment. You might not like them so much, but you can still do that. That's where the commitment part comes in.
And let me say, I'm going to touch on I'm a caregiver right now. And I'm going to touch on this a bit because this was hard for me. You know, a lot of times as an adult, you look at your parent and you say, you know, this is my superwoman, my
Right.
Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And then for them to be a different person as they get a little older, you know, being dependent upon you, it's not an easy thing for them. And my mom would say to me, well, I don't want to eat this because I'm going to have to have a bowel movement. I don't want to eat this because I'm going to, and it had gotten so bad where she really didn't want to eat too much of anything. And I was like, well, you know, and I was getting a little frustrated. I was like, well, what are you going to eat? You're not going to eat anything. It's okay if you have a bowel movement.
Wow.
She finally said to me, you have no idea how embarrassing it is for you and your brother to have to change, even though she's able to get up and she goes to a bedside commode, to have to empty a commode that I went to the bathroom in. And we tell her all of the time, it's okay. We don't mind. We have no problem doing this. You did it for us. It's okay. She said, but it's still embarrassing. And I had to look at my mom differently. It's an ongoing process because this was the strong lady, her and my dad. I became the one that took them to their doctor's appointments, and my brother would share, and he would take my dad, you know, that was their male bonding time. But I would take them both. And when I would take them to the doctors, one had a walker, the other one had a wheelchair. So and so we would get in there and we'd pull a walker out first, and he's huffing and puffing, and then we'd pull the wheelchair out and get my mom in there, and she's you know, we got to make sure she's covered up. But that's not an easy thing. That's not an easy task to do. You know, you go into the doctors and it was like, it's hard. You want to make sure they're coming down the steps easy. You don't want them to fall. And so I had to rethink that Superman. Wait a minute now. I had to rethink that. And it was hard. I'm telling you all, don't be hard on yourself when you feel like, wait a minute, this is too much. And I'm a registered nurse. You know, I'm a nurse. I know how to do this.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, going back to what Tammy had said, that wasn't, it's different because you're a child as well. It didn't matter that, see, it was okay when they could take care of themselves and they were like, okay, tell me about this. But now you got to do it for them. And they didn't particularly care. And my dad was the Google doctor. Well, Google said that I have this. And they would go to the doctors and they would tell me, and I would say, well, it's not that. And they would go with their notes. Now, they took notes from the computer and they would go to the doctors and say, look, I think she has gout. And the doctor would sit and listen and they tell, because this is happening and this is happening. And I had to sit there and be quiet through the whole thing because I'm like, okay, I know when to speak. I know when not. And I'm an adult. But I had to respect my parents. And the doctors always, we have a great group of doctors. That's the other thing. You want to choose doctors that respect your parents or whoever you're taking care of
their
as
values.
an adult. And they would sit and listen and say, well, no, I don't think she has this, or but maybe let's look at this. Or my mom would say, I'm not going to take that medicine because the side effects. Now, she was not incorrect. She would look up all the side effects and she would tell him. So, and he would say, she said, now what about this side effect? That seemed worse than taking the medicine. So what the doctor would say is, I tell you what, let's hold off on taking this medicine for right now. And then when you come back in a few months, we're going to reassess and see. And he always values what she says. That's important.
Okay. So just like Karen says, find your team, assemble a team of resources, your physician, sometimes the PA, or sometimes a nurse practitioner or whatever. Always align yourself someone with who will take your questions, who will understand your core values and things of that nature, because they're a part of the team. Okay. The other part of the team is someone who can help you do whatever you need to do for the person that you're caring for. Like I said, as you plan time for you to take off, who's going to step in? Make sure that they know the routine. Make sure that they know that she doesn't like to be wiped a certain kind of way, or he doesn't like to be cared for a certain kind of way, so that you can maintain as much of the continuity, because that's the big deal. That's what they relax with. Now, I know that, okay, I just am who I am. One of the big deals for me while I was caring for my parents was I did a lot of praying. I would ask God to show me how to do this. Send people who will understand what I need to accomplish. Help me to step out of the role of the nurse clinician and just be a daughter. When my parents were on hospice, both of them were on hospice, it was difficult. I remember one of my siblings were kind of like, well, you're kind of cold-blooded about this. And I had to really gather myself, because I had to understand that at that moment, that was the only way I could deal with the horror of my parent perishing because of this terminal illness that was eating up her body. And I had to remain the clinician so I could remain detached. But as soon as, well, I kind of got to the end of that and I fully became daughter. And I was almost ashamed that I was so tearful, that I was so emotional about what was going on. But at that time, she wasn't my patient. She was my mommy. At that time, he was my patient. I mean, he wasn't my patient. He was my daddy. Okay. And fortunately, the hospice team, in both cases, they gave me room to be the daughter. And if I did help change mom's diaper or dad's diaper or whatever, it's because I wanted to. not because we didn't have another choice, but when it was on me to do those things, I was better prepared because someone understood where I was, and I was able to handle that. Now that's in the case of hospice, where you kind of know that there's going to be an end, but when you don't know there's an end in sight, strap in for the long haul. Celebrate the good times. Oh my goodness, celebrate the fun times. Do birthdays, do anniversaries, okay, wedding anniversaries or whatever. Understand that they need you to celebrate them. They need to be brought back, even though this place, this sickness, this illness is my reality. Life still goes on, true, but there's the fun part. Celebrate your grandbaby's birthday, okay? Do all of those things because it gives them an air of normalcy, that this thing that has taken over their body, where their body has betrayed them, that it doesn't take over every single thing, and there are some things that they can still control. Mom, would you like to have the birthday party in the afternoon, or you want to have it at night? How many people do you want to invite? Anybody? Do you just want cake and ice cream? Give them a chance to participate in whatever you're doing. Now I kind of want to hand this over to Karen, because Karen's going to go into Alzheimer's dementia, which is a whole nother animal in and of itself. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
So let's talk about what Alzheimer's is. Now, we learned the clinical about what Alzheimer's is, but we were doing a little bit of research, and it says actually that Alzheimer's goes over a 20-year period. It can go for, let's say, a 20-year period. So think about this. 20 years is quite a span of time. So now you are watching this person that is vibrant and full of life start as their mental faculties are starting to diminish.
Their memory, it can start as simple as just can't quite remember stuff. Now we have the day of the cell phone, but I remember my father became so upset because he could remember phone numbers the way he used to. He used to love the fact that he could recall phone numbers like that. So 20 years before you see the bam of Alzheimer's, that Alzheimer's could be creeping up on them for 20 years before you even see it.
And it's a mild. It starts out very mild. It's actually 5 stages. There's the preclinical Alzheimer's, okay? There's the mild cognitive impairment. So this is where I can't find my keys. Where did I put my keys at? Okay.
Now, don't forget the preclinical part is the span of time before you involve a doctor or before you involve some other kind of professional help. You just see little vagaries. You don't pay, child, the mind is the first thing to go. And they don't, and you don't think of it. That's before you realize this is a thing. And so let me get someone else involved. That's the preclinical stage. Then when they go into the cognitive thing, where they can't find their car keys, or it takes them a second to realize who they're looking at, or they're calling all of the grandchildren's names. Ah ha ha! Fortunately, I only have one grandchild. Okay, thank you. But that's the cognitive.
That's the mild cognitive. Okay. Then you get into the mild Alzheimer's. This is where I walk out the door and I go down the street and I can't remember why did I come out here? Where do I live?
Right.
What's going on?
How do I get back? Right.
I don't understand. And they're right there in front of the house.
Now, they call it Alzheimer's, but Alzheimer's indeed, honest to God, you don't know what it is, and it's not a firm diagnosis until after death when they can look at the brain. There are certain things that Karen and I found out in our research, especially that a trusted individual who's used to looking at a brain, to handling a brain, would see different things in that gray matter that says, oh my goodness, they really did have classic Alzheimer's. What we're talking about now is a group of symptoms that add up to what we call Alzheimer's.
Okay. Then after you have the mild, you have the moderate Alzheimer's dementia. Dementia. So it's Alzheimer's dementia. Okay. And then you go into the severe. The severe is where they don't remember how to feed themselves.
Okay.
They don't remember, oh, what is that? Is that food? I don't know what food is. Okay.
Wow.
And it affects, so in the brain has neurons that fire all of the time. So what's happening is there is something called a beta amyloid, okay? And that's where there are clumps together of neurons, okay? So that's, when you're looking at that, that's actually what Tammy was talking about when they start seeing the plaque. But remember now, they're not going to see this until after the person is deceased, okay? But this is what's actually happening within the brain, okay? And then there is the tau clumps, and that's where the neurons begin to clump together. So, and on the inside. And what's happening now is that's where the disease process is more prevalent. You're beginning to see the signs and symptoms of this, okay?
Now, side note, go to the dentist, brush your teeth, because the plaque you see on your teeth also ends up inside of arteries, okay, causing hardening of the arteries, and that's also the plaque that they're seeing on brain. So there are things, little teeny things that add up to big things. So if you've got years and years and years of not taking care of your teeth, not taking care of all these things, you're also putting yourself at risk for certain other things, because that same plaque goes to different parts of the body and begins to line the arteries and begins to lodge in brain cells.
Mm-hmm. So now the person has Alzheimer's, okay? And they're functioning within this disease. And the family members are with them and they're helping them through this. When I bought my house, I didn't realize, but I started thinking why there was names of everything all over the place. There was light switch, there was refrigerator, there was washing machine. And I was like, wonder why these, then I thought about it. I have a feeling that the owner, her husband, had Alzheimer's. So what they did was they would put the names of things on it. They would write it out and put it on there so that they would know, okay, this is the refrigerator. Because they begin to forget things that we take for granted. They begin to forget. So now you're dealing with this person in the midst of their disease. So some of the things that they said that you could do, it's like exercise. So now we look at exercise and we're like, okay, that helps us to be healthy. But it helps the blood to flow in places that it's needed, like the brain, to help it to maintain. So some of the things that they'll do is they'll have them do different types of exercises, like walking. Walking is one of the best exercises. It said stuff like keeping track of your exercise progress. These are things that we don't think about. We're like, okay, I'm going to exercise 20 to 30 minutes a day. Well, they should be exercising 20 to 30 minutes a day, 3 to 4 times a week. Also, that helps them. Okay. And as they're doing that, they even say, this is something that I heard before, that as you get older, we don't think about strength training. We think about aerobics all of the time. But strength training is important. They say that you should do that at least once a week.
Okay.
To help to maintain and to build up your muscle. Okay. And so the suggestion again is some exercise. Okay. Now you're exercising the body. What about the brain?
Right.
They want you to exercise also your brain. we read things all of the time. Now, the way the world is, it's kind of like mindless. You watch a YouTube video,
Right.
you listen to this, but what they're suggesting now is to build up the brain would be to read something that you may have never read before.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
What else did they say? They said it was some things that they said to do that we don't and
Right.
probably can't do
Right.
ourselves.
Remember, I was talking about the routine. They said get a to-do list and memorize it.
Yes.
One of the other things was to draw a map from your house to the grocery store and back. What else did we do? Working out the brain.
Research a new topic. One of the things that my mom would do is she loves the word. And so my mom would I went and found her a word search, a Bible word search.
Ooh,
And she would do the word search and then go look for the scripture.
good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Good for her.
Yep. And that was something that she said, "Oh, I'm exercising my brain, baby."
Yes, baby. Yes, you are, mine.
Read a how-to-do book. Try a new hobby. Now, it didn't say that they have to do the hobby good. It said try a new hobby. Okay? Because let's go into the next portion of this where they may try a new hobby and they don't do it the way they want it done and they get upset.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Let me backtrack because the other thing is eating healthy.
Yes. Okay.
That's another thing that they say. You should always try to maintain the body works together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So healthy body, healthy mind. So you want to eat healthy to also maintain, and you want them to eat healthy. Now, as we go into the other portion where we're talking about them getting upset, we've looked at them when they get aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the thing of it is, if we were to get upset, we get upset because there's a reason why we get upset. People have a tendency to think that people with Alzheimer's don't have things that bother them.
Wow.
So if I was your parent and I used to change your diaper, and now my child is telling me you have to wear a diaper. We have to watch what we say from our mouth. I got to change your diaper or your brief.
Okay, so we could use incontinence pads or briefs, or even the name of it. Your discreet, your depends. Okay, so go ahead.
But they get upset. They would get upset about that. So now you have to do this for me. And I'm highly upset.
And embarrassed.
So because their brain has this plaque that's building up, they don't have those cycles where they are understanding that I can't lash out and hit you because you're changing my diaper and you're helping me. I can't hit you. So I'm going to hit you because you my child.
Okay. All right. There's also the portion where they fear because they don't know, they're not in control. They don't know what's going on, and you're touching their private areas. And so now they're going to protect themselves from you because they don't recognize your face anymore. They don't have the pathways that take information from the eyes to the brain back to the mouth to say, oh, that's your daughter, treat her kindly, or your son, treat him kindly. They don't have that pathway anymore. And you also kind of reaching out to touch them and they don't know you. So they might recoil from you. Don't take it personally. It's part of the disease and its process. That's why you have to know the disease and its process so you know what to deal with what to expect. She just gave you the 5 areas, but you can know what to expect, and as you look into that, you can know kind of where they are.
Here's another thing. It kind of changes their personalities. So in
Wow.
changing their personalities,
Mhm.
the person could have been the sweetest, kindest
Mhm.
person. And now with the Alzheimer's, they've turned into a very mean, cruel, belligerent person, which
Okay.
is very hard. It's like, wait a minute, that goes back to that, where's my superwoman at?
Right.
Where's my Superman?
Right.
And
Wow.
you're saying things to me that is breaking my heart that you never used to do. That's when you have to kind of gather yourself. I'll give you a story. Um, there was a couple at a facility that I took my students to, and they were the sweetest couple. They showed us all of their pictures of when they were younger. Their daughter was a missionary and
Wow.
was in Africa. She was a registered nurse.
Wow.
Uh-huh. And what happened was, we went, and he every morning the husband would wake up and he would say, "Good morning, beautiful," to his wife. And she would say, "Good morning. Good morning, handsome." Well, what happened was we went away for a period of time. And when we came back, I came to look for my couple because they were the sweetest things
Mhm.
and we enjoyed working with them. The wife had Alzheimer's.
Okay.
So what happened was when we came back, the husband had passed away. And she could not understand that he had passed away.
Woo.
So we went in and we got her together, fixed her all up, took her in to eat, and she said, I've been sitting here waiting all day. I don't know what happened to my husband. Do you know where he went? Did he leave me? Because she did not understand that he had passed away. And she was used to him being there every day, saying, "Good morning, beautiful."
Mhm.
And she said, I just, do you know where he is? I need to know where he is because I can't find him. And unfortunately, one of the other residents that was there said, "Oh, you crazy. He's dead." And she was like, "No, he's not.
Mm.
No, he's not." And she began to be very violent to a point where we had to remove her from that area. "No, he's not." And then he said, "Well, maybe she's with another woman." This person was kind of
Oh.
messing with her a bit. And she said, "No." And then we had to pull her out of that stimuli, and she was very angry and screaming, "You find him now." So we had to kind of bring her in that space. "It's okay. It's all right. Calm down." "Now I'm not calming down. You find him right now. I need you to find him. I need you to find him. Is he with another woman?" Because he heard the lady. And as we began to talk to her and we toned our voices down, she
Mhm.
kind of calmed down and she said, "I just need to find him." But she still never knew that he had passed away. She couldn't handle that. Her mind couldn't handle the fact that this man that she had been with for almost 70 years was now gone.
That brings up another part of the caregiver thing, is that sometimes when you're in situations like that, and it might not be this big,
Mhm.
okay, there's a part of the Alzheimer's dementia where they forget how to eat,
Mhm.
okay, and it's belittling to them for you to spoon feed them or to whatever, okay, and so I know that we want to do all of this, but we haven't talked about medications yet.
Mhm.
There are some medications that really can even slow the process. There are medications that can help psychologically for them. Yeah, you got it. It might be a problem to get them to take the medicine, etc. but pay attention to where they are, because when they stop eating and stop taking their medication, that makes your job tougher, because they're not getting any nutrients in, etc. But be mindful of where you are. That's why your team, the physician, on the clinical side of it, if they even recommend a psychiatrist, don't become offended, because that there's even inside of Alzheimer's dementia, there's also a psychological part that could be treated to help keep them. One of the things I want to point out is that we have what we call sundowners, okay? And sundowners they seem so great during the day, but as the sun begins to set, so does their mentation. No, so does their cognitive abilities. So by the time the sun is all the way down, they're totally another person. They flip the script completely. And if you pay attention, it's as the sun sets, and we call them sundowners. But that's why let's get back to the routine. We brush our teeth, we get our food, and then we take our medicine. Mom, that's our routine. That's what we do. Dad, then we take the medicine because we want you to have some food in your belly before you take this medicine. And sometimes you kind of have to climb into that space where they are. You have to become their best friend. As in, if they don't see you as the adult, they see you as the child. So be the child. Okay. And I was telling Karen that when I was taking care of my father, I always called dad. Okay. But there are some days that I called him daddy. And when I called him daddy, he would respond to me just a little bit differently than when I just called him dad. And so sometimes, as I say, you have to climb into that space with them. There's also situations where you have people who were in charge for years, and now all of a sudden they're not. And so in my career, I've become an employee of the person I was taking care of, just so they could tell me what to do and still feel in control and still not get to the place where they're swinging or carrying on. And you feel for them, but you got to kind of swallow that down so you can provide the care that they need.
Now, let me give this to you from this angle as well. This is hard to really deal with. Let's go to the self-care thing. There are times when, even in dealing with my mom, now my mom, she doesn't have Alzheimer's, but she had too many strokes
Okay.
that has affected her memory. So we'll give her stuff and she'll say, "Oh, I don't think I've ever had that before." And or and to stay in control, she would say, "I want you to do this way, and I want you to do this way."
Okay.
And it would get hard. It was really hard because this was my best friend. And I will tell you all that as a caregiver, going back into that vein, sometimes I had to go sit in my car and I would literally break down and say, "God,
Come on.
you said that you would never leave me nor forsake me. And I know you're not going to leave my mom or my dad or forsake them." But I would cry out before my heavenly Father and say, "God, you got to get me through this." And then I would look at myself, because sometimes you get upset. Now, I would get upset and I say, "Now, Mom, you know you got to take this medicine." But then I'd have to pull myself back. And I'd have to say, "God, I need you to help me, because I honor, this is an honor to care for people who have loved and cared for me all of my life." And I would have to step back and say, "God, I need you to help me to serve my parents better than what I'm doing. I need you to help me to not be so emotional when I'm doing this, because it's hard to watch." I'm one of those where I'm very empathetic. I'm very empathetic. I am a total nurse. And it would be hard to watch. But I'm like, "God, you have to give me the strength to do this
Mhm.
and to go back in. And so the next day, as tired, and you get tired,
Mhm.
let's be honest about that. You sometimes you feel so drained because you don't stop working. You have to work. You have to eat.
Mhm.
The word said, "Man that don't work don't eat."
Mouth should eat. That's
So I'm eating. I'm working. I'm trying to take care of my parents. I'm trying to take care of all these other things,
right.
and yet and still you're drained, and you got to get up and do it the same way the next day.
Mhm.
It's not a thing where, okay, now I can just forget all about it. So you have to bring this thing before God. And you have to understand that you're not doing this in your own strength. You're
Come
doing it
on.
in His strength.
Come on, I can do all things.
And that's the
Mhm.
only way sometimes that you can even take the cover off.
Mhm.
Because if you do it in your own strength,
Mhm.
you won't be able to get through it. You just won't. You'll go in and you'll go to change the pot and you'll say, I don't want to change this today. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But you have to be, I'm learning to be honest, not only with myself, but with God.
Mhm.
If I'm having a rough day, God, I'm having a rough day. You know, my girlfriend is not my girlfriend. My girlfriend is a different woman.
Mhm.
And I gotta go in here and I gotta do what I gotta do. And I gotta do it with a smile and crack a few jokes and make her laugh.
Mhm.
When she say, I don't want to eat this.
Because that's what she needs, right? Mhm.
I don't want to do this today. I don't want that food because it's gonna make me go to the bathroom. And then I have to bring back, you know what? She's just concerned because you gotta empty her pot. She's just concerned because she want to take care of you, but you're taking care of her.
Okay, so I've talked about the we've talked about the caregiver, but when the assignment is over, do some aftercare on you. Okay, um, one of the things, and I'm going to be straight with you. I believe that there are some things that are coming to my life now because I honored my parents. I took care of my parents until I couldn't. I was their caretaker until I couldn't. My mom was in hospice when she passed away. My father was in hospice, but he was at home. My mother was in a hospice setting, a hospice unit in a hospital. Anyway, but when the assignment is over, it won't go away right away. It just really won't because of what it was. Even if it is a stranger and you've had time and whatnot and so forth, but give yourself a chance to grieve it. Don't say, well, oh, well, let me fold this up and put it away. That's a whole nother story. Okay. But when the assignment is over, recognize it. You lived it. Be glad that you made it. You survived 100% of your worst days in it. You survived it. You got through it. You really did because you're still here. I kind of want to get ready to hand this back over to Lydia. Do you have anything that you want to say? As we hand it back to Lydia.
I do want to say one quick thing. Talking about the assignment being over. A lot of times that entails that person no longer being here.
Right.
And God in his infinite mercy spares us. When my dad passed away, I had the honor of having two fathers. I had a biological father, and then I had a dad that raised me. And they both passed away, and I was caretaker to both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And when my dad passed, it was so unexpected. He had a defibrillator, and it hadn't gone off in a whole year. So it was something. He apparently told my mom to dial 911, and then he walked out of the room. And this was the amazing thing. My mom and I talk about it. My mom did not watch the man that she loved for 40 some years transition.
Right. That's a big deal.
God was merciful with that, because that she could not have handled. But in her spirit, he left out. In her spirit, she knew something wasn't right. And she kept asking. So I went to the hospital with my dad, because they hadn't pronounced him. But I went to the hospital with him. My brother stayed with my mom. And she kept saying, is your father all right? Is your father all right? Is your father all right? But I could honestly say that we gave our parents their flowers while they were here. There wasn't a day that went by that we didn't say, I love you. You mean something. Thank you. I got to thank them. Thank you for loving me, for being a dad to someone who wasn't your child. Oh, but I was. Oh, but I was. I got to say that. So as a caregiver, make sure, give them their flowers. Even though you may think they can't hear me, they don't understand them. Hug them. Kiss them on their face. Let them know how much they mean to you, how much their raising you meant to you. And it's all worth it.
And if it's your kid, it's not a mistake. Okay? I love you, and I'm glad to be able to take care of you, help you through this place. Okay? If they get better and they don't need you like that anymore, wonderful. So when the assignment is over, still take care of you. Lydia, we're handing it back to you now, babe.
Yep.
Thank you.
Wow, ladies, wow. I can relate to so much of what you guys talked about.
Really?
Yeah, well, I took care of my grandparents at the end. So when Karen was talking about that whole carrying both of them to the doctors, I didn't have to do it a lot. But I have had to take them both from time to time, and it is a doozy because you don't want anybody to fall.
Right.
And falling is a big deal when you're a caretaker and you have people who are on walkers.
Right.
And as they're starting to stiffen, you have to make sure that they don't fall.
Right.
And so one of the major things we had was making sure that they didn't fall.
Right.
And so we had to put baby monitors in the bedroom so that when they got up to go to the bathroom, you could hear, so that you make sure that they don't fall. And it becomes very stressful because, my grandmother had fallen one time, and she was, I know, in the floor. I don't know how long she was there before she called my name. So I know when she called my name, she couldn't get herself up.
Wow.
And then my grandfather had fallen one time, and I got him up, and he said, I didn't know you was that strong. Because they're always used to taking care of you. And so when you have to take care of them, it turns the whole thing around, and it makes it different for them because now the kid is taking care of me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Oh my gosh, ladies, this was really so good, so informative, because some of the things that you guys were saying, especially going through the things to help your parents or family members or whoever you're taking care of with Alzheimer's, we don't think about it. And sometimes we can only see what they're doing at the moment.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's major. And so these things, I was taking notes, of course, guys. I take notes on every session. I got y'all's on a couple Post-its here in front of me. But I wrote down notes because it was real important to me, the things that when Karen had first started talking, and not that I wasn't listening, Tammy, I was listening, but I'm doing double duty today, so y'all pray for me. I wrote down taking my grandparents to the doctors because I remember that one, and taking care of them in the house. And I put here, not taking care of your teeth. Tammy, you said that. Who knew? Who knew
Yep.
that not taking care of your teeth
Right.
could be a factor in Alzheimer's.
Yes.
Mhm.
Who knew? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that people who and your hygiene, because that's what taking care of your teeth is. Your hygiene can be a thing that can contribute
To
to
these.
something that happens to
Yep.
you later on in life.
Mhm.
Guys, I got two toothbrushes, one for home and one for travel.
Mhm.
Um, because I want to make sure that I don't miss having. But let me tell you, take your toothbrush. Sometimes the dentist say get a water pick, whatever they tell you to do. Because now that we know this
Uh-huh.
could be could contribute, we want to do everything to stay in our right
Ex-
minds.
Yes.
To stay in our right mind. So I got some more notes, y'all. All right, I want to go through them real quick. Okay, so the one thing that I did not know at all, and I've been looking at Alzheimer's for years now, and this is one of the topics we talk about almost every year. But the one thing I really did not know is the exercise portion of it. Um, a lot of us talk about vitamins to help them remember, but this exercise portion is really important because I would just think, and I'm not a nurse, but I would just think the movement alone, keeping them active, is important because as we sit them down and leave them in the house, I think the body just starts to settle,
Right.
Mhm.
and
Yep.
then you run into those other problems of the
Yep.
joints. I know one of the things that my grandparents ran into was clogging of arteries,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it didn't happen until after other things started happening to them.
Right.
Mhm. Mhm.
And so they were they had less movement. And so then they would have to go to the vein doctor
Mhm.
to check their veins constantly. It was one of those things that constantly,
Wow.
and one of the things at the end of my granddad's life, he couldn't really walk anymore because of the clog in the arteries going
Hmm.
too far.
Yep.
So the exercise part, we think we're doing a little bit with just kind of walking them around the house, but we need to do something continuously
Right.
Mhm.
to keep the
Three,
body movement.
3 to 4
Three
times.
times, yes, ma'am. 3 to 4 times a week. I got it in the notes. I wrote it down. Uh, and the strength training was also important, even though I will tell you, I've seen that sometimes they are stronger as they go through Alzheimer's.
Mhm. Yep.
And I don't now let me put a disclaimer out there really quick. I don't know for sure that my grandparents had Alzheimer's, so I want to say that. But I do know that I've had other friends whose parents have had Alzheimer's, and they've expressed to me that they're actually stronger.
Mhm.
So in that fighting them off and pushing them off, they're really strong, and sometimes they've been scratched and hurt and stuff like that because they're stronger. And like Karen was saying, when that connector is no longer working
Right.
and they see you as a threat, they're doing everything that they can do
Yeah.
um, to be safe. And so, I mean, you guys, I got a couple more, but I'm not gonna go through all of them.
Uh,
Um, but I do like the one you said, Karen, about researching a topic
Mhm.
because that seems really important because the brain must move. You
Yes.
must have constant movement. And sometimes, again, as they get sick, we leave them in the house and we go to work and we
Mhm.
come back and we're still taking care of them, but we're not thinking about what are they doing during the day
right.
Exactly.
besides watching TV.
Mhm.
Which is nothing.
What are they doing during the day? Guys, oh my goodness, I am super appreciative of you all being here with us today. I'm looking side to side because I'm looking at my clock to make sure we don't run over. But
Okay.
I am like super appreciative, and this is a conversation I think we must continue because our baby boomers, as they call them,
Yep.
Yes.
I'm
are
one.
running into these types of issues at this point more and more because some of us, we haven't taken care of ourselves. I'm not a baby boomer. Let me stop that.
I
But
am.
some of them haven't taken
Right.
care of themselves.
Right there.
Um, and and this is the thing. So my parents would have been baby boomers. Both of my parents are
Right.
gone.
Uh,
And so I understood the part that Tammy was talking about it and Karen was talking about afterwards. Um, because my dad called me and said, I'm going to the hospital and I'll be back. And he never came back.
Mm.
He called me, said, I'm going to the hospital, I'll be back. And he never came back.
Ooh.
And so, but he would have been a baby boomer. And I know for both of my parents who were baby boomers, there were things that came along that they didn't look at. So, guys, I want to say, even if your parents don't have Alzheimer's, look at the high blood pressure.
Mhm.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay, because a lot of our parents who we are that next generation, they're having strokes,
Yep.
which can lead to you having to take care of them. Look at the diabetes. And please be aware of what's going on with your parents, just as much as you're aware of what's going on with your children,
Yep.
because we're very close to going, this is happening with my kid. But
Right.
at some ages, we have that whole changing of the guards where you're now the one in charge and they're now the one that has to be taken care of.
Changing of the guards. I like
Changing of the guards. It happens for all of us. One day, I hope that my kid will take care of me because I want to live that long. And I think a lot of us on here do want to live that long. And so we have to get it in our minds now. Another thing for us, make sure that you have the conversation with your parents about what their information is around their medical,
Yes.
Absolutely.
around their insurance,
Excellent.
and have it when they are cognizant and understand before they get to a place where they don't and they find you as a threat.
Yes.
You have to do that because it is our jobs as their caretakers to make sure we know the information
Right.
to take care of their wishes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Let me say this right quick. Consider always advanced directives.
Mhm.
Do
Yes.
you want heroic measures? Do you want a G tube? Do you want to be on the ventilator? You can get that from any hospital. We talk to social workers all the time. Okay. Advanced directives or living wills. Okay. Both of those things together are vital. And I know it seems kind of morbid to talk about it, but it's important to have that information nailed down.
And life,
Absolutely.
Well, she
definitely life insurance.
Life insurance.
Those
Yes, ma'am.
about that.
Life insurance is very important. And understand that what it cost 10 years ago and what it cost 20 years ago, it
Right.
costs more today. I will tell you that the basic from a friend of mine whose parent just passed away, the basic funeral is at least $10,000.
Yes, it is.
So before you thought you could have 5 or 6,000 and get by, not anymore, guys.
Yeah.
Let's be aware of what's going on around us. And this is part of being a caretaker, guys. And this part will keep you from the stress after. Because there's a stress that comes after during the period that we don't want to talk about. This will save you from the stress after. Ladies, there's so much more I could say. This conversation is so good. I really wanted to jump back on screen a while ago, but I said they're going so good, I don't want to interrupt their flow. Y'all was flowing with it and I didn't want to interrupt the flow. But I tell you, this has been an awesome conversation. I'm going to rewatch it myself. That's how good it was. I have notes, but I know that there's more I will get out of this conversation because there are things that I want to share with my daughter and things that I have to do. And I'm not at an age where I'm in any type of, that I know of, health concern. But when the time comes, she needs to know.
Yes.
I will tell you to put a book together. Get a binder or a book and put it together.
That's it.
And put your information in there and make sure that someone knows where the book is.
Yes.
You preaching good now, baby.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, make sure someone knows where the book is because this is for real. This is real stuff that happens to us.
Mhm.
And we're talking about mental health. And that after for your mental health
Ooh.
is major.
Major.
It's major. I know me and my siblings, we had a 1, 2, 3 in a matter of 6 months. And so out after we went on a cruise. And people didn't understand that. And it didn't matter if they understood it because they didn't have to go through it.
Right.
Exactly.
But we went on a cruise. And we didn't go on a cruise because we got an inheritance. Let me make that clear. There was no inheritance. Because people say, oh, you did this because they left you this money. It wasn't an inheritance thing. We went on a cruise because it was something that we needed to do and we were going through.
Yes.
And so it helped us as a group to stick together, to stay together,
Absolutely.
and to make it through mentally.
Yes, that was good.
Because that kind of thing can take you out.
That was good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to, give Tammy and Karen a round of applause. Guys, oh, this was so good. Thank you so much for coming on. Invaluable information. I have to say it. I'm going to say that all day. So if you listen all day, I'm going to tell you how invaluable this information is, because you can't pay for this. And if you did, it would cost you so much more.
Yeah.
And these ladies have decided to come and share with you free of charge. They ain't charging you nothing. This whole thing is free of charge. Ladies, thank you. I will be speaking to you very soon today. I will be speaking to you today. I do have to run to the next session, but thank you guys so much. Thank you so, so much. And I love you.
I love you too.
Love you.
Thank you, Liddy.
Thank you. Bye, ladies.
Bye, baby.
Bye-bye.
Hi, guys. Oh my gosh, Karen and Tammy, they were so good. I can't even explain to you how I am feeling right now due to the fact that they just, oh my gosh, if you are trying to figure it out, they just helped you with it. They really just helped you with it. And I want you to go back, watch it, take notes. Please take notes. Take notes on what's going on. Take notes on what you can do. Take notes. Take notes, okay? Our next guest is Miss Keisha King. She is going to do a session on yoga. If you can give me a second while I set this up, and we'll be right back. It's just going to take me 1 second to set this video up. Want to make sure that I do it correctly, because yoga is important. Finding your center is very important. And so,
hello everyone, I'm Keisha, and
hold on. I don't want to go too fast. I went too fast that time. But finding your center. Now, guys, I'm on this video, so pray for me, because this is my first time doing yoga. But as we get into this, I want you to enjoy this session as we go into Yin Yoga with Keisha.
hello everyone, I'm Keisha, and I will be leading you through this Yin Yoga practice. This practice is a slow meditative yoga practice. We'll hold each of the poses for approximately 3 minutes or so. And in that time, the key is to find what we call the edge. That's the place of slight discomfort within the yoga pose. You should not feel pain at any point in the practice. If you do, then just slowly release yourself from that pose, and then find the appropriate edge. For the practice, you may want to have a blanket, a towel, and a pillow, just for a little bit more support. The practice is a wall yin practice, so the wall is here as a means of support as well through your practice. Let's start off in a comfortable seated position. Legs can be crossed or they can be out in front of you. Go ahead and take a minute here and just find your breath. Notice what's natural in this space. Then on your next inhale, lift the shoulders up. Exhale, roll them back. Lengthening the spine. Take a breath here. Notice how this feels. And gently press the chin back so that the ears are positioned over the shoulders. Notice how this feels. And in this moment, you can close your eyes. Just gently drop the eyelids into a gentle gaze. Hands can be on the knees, on the thighs, whatever's comfortable to you. And take a moment here and regulate your breath, breathing in and out. Noticing how the chest and the belly feel as you inhale and as you exhale. Now notice the sounds around. The space in between the sound, just take note. Note the temperature in the room, how the air feels on the skin, or maybe how the clothes feel hugging your body. Just take note. Notice how the eyelids feel draped over the eyeballs. Maybe notice any smells in the room. Take a moment. Press the top of the mouth with the tongue, noticing in the taste in the mouth. Bring your awareness to body positioned in space. Maybe noticing how the body feels connected to the ground below. Or how it feels with the weight of gravity above. Just take note. Then when you're ready, bring the attention back to the breath. The inhale and the exhale. Natural rhythm of your breath. Maybe create a little movement in the toes and in the hands. Perhaps moving the body side to side as you get ready for your yin practice. And then when you're ready, open your eyes, bringing full awareness back into the room. We're going to take a few minutes here and just open up the shoulders, starting by doing a couple of shoulder rolls. And then switching positions, switching directions. And when you're ready, bring body back to center. And take a moment here and turn the head towards the right side, looking over the right shoulder. You leave your hands here on the chin to create that little bit of pressure, or you can release whatever is comfortable to you. Turn back to center and move to the left. And return back to center now. And then position yourself on your mat so that your right hip is beside the wall. Extend the legs out in front of you. Gently lie down and swing the legs up the wall. Take a moment here, press yourself up and down, lifting the hips to your bridge pose before comfortably settling down the wall, extending the legs and the feet out and resting here. We'll hold this for 3 minutes. It's normal when we're in these postures for the mind to wander. Go ahead and just notice what comes through the mind as you are resting in these poses. And once you have noticed, return back to the breath. This is a great pose to do before bed. It really leads to true relaxation and preparation for rest. You can extend the arms out to your side if that's more comfortable. And you can play with the position of the legs, maybe spreading them wider if you want to. If that is comfortable. Feel free to close the eyes and rest. And know that I'm just your guide for the practice. So if at any point in time I suggest something and you don't want to do it, you have full autonomy to not do it. If one pose resonates with you through the practice more than another one, feel free to concentrate on that pose. This is your practice and your time. Good. Check in with your breath. Check in with your thoughts. And then when you're ready, release yourself from the posture by bringing the feet together, knees to your chest. Good, hug the knees, awesome. And then move from side to side, just loosening up that lower back. before now extending the legs back up the wall. Awesome. Now from here, bring your ankle, the ankle of your right leg to your left thigh, bending at the knee. You can choose to stay here with the leg extended up, or you can gently move the foot down so that you create a little bit more tension on the lower back. Whatever's comfortable for you. Remember finding your edge, so that point of slight discomfort that doesn't cause pain but does cause you to stretch. Once you get to a good place, a good state of edge, then just relax now into this pose. You can bring the arms out to the side if you feel like your ankles and legs won't go anywhere, or if you feel like you need that additional support, go ahead and support yourself, whatever is good to you. Get settled and breathe. Notice how you feel, any sensations in the body as you move through the poses. If the mind wanders, take note and return attention back to the breath. Then when you're ready, unravel yourself by releasing the ankles, feet. You move from side to side to recalibrate. Good. Then extend the legs up the wall from our starting position. We always give each of our sides equal love. So now we'll move to placing the left ankle over the right thigh, keeping that right leg extended, or bringing the foot down to create more of a stretch. Look for your edge. Breathe into your hips, your thighs. Notice the difference between the two sides. Oftentimes we don't experience the same feeling between the two sides. Just take a minute and notice that. Return to the breath. And each breath may be different as you experience the pose. So you may need to readjust to find your edge again as each breath evolves. If you experience that edge, breathe into those spaces that are just uncomfortable. And notice how intentionally breathing into those spaces, how it relaxes those spaces, how it loosens those spaces and releases tension. When you're ready, go ahead and release yourself from the posture gently, maybe side to side, moving the hips. We're extending the legs back up the wall in our starting position. Awesome. Now allow the soles of the feet to meet. And then bring the feet down, the legs down into a butterfly position. Awesome. Get comfortable here. Notice the sensation within the inner thigh area. Breathe into that area, releasing. And as the posture evolves, as the breathing evolves, know that you can change course. So if you need to make it deeper, make it deeper. If you need to pull out of the posture, just gently release yourself from the posture. If something is uncomfortable to the point of pain, recalibrate and adjust. And then when you find your space, breathe. A couple more deep breaths here. And then when you're ready, bring the legs back up the wall, back to our starting position. And then pedal the feet onto the wall, kind of releasing the lower back. So the pedal. Maybe lifting the lower back into your bridge once more. Bringing the knees to the chest. Rolling side to side. Before deciding on a side to go to, and getting up on one of your sides, lying, and then pushing yourself up to your knees, letting the head come up last. Good job. Find yourself on your mat, knees on the mat, hips above the knees, wrists under the shoulders into a tabletop position. I'm going to do a couple of cat-cows. Extend the belly down, look up to the ceiling. Exhale, arch the back, look towards the belly. Inhale, drop the belly down, look to the ceiling. Exhale, arch the back, look to the navel. Let's do a couple more of these, maybe 3 or 4 more. Loosening up the spine. Then when you're ready, return back to center. Extend the knees out to the edges of the mat, bringing the 2 big toes together. And then lower the back end down, extending the arms out in front of you into child's pose. We'll just stay here just for a minute and enjoy child's pose. This is a good opportunity to bring in your pillows so that you can be supported in the posture. Notice the breath here. Be gentle with yourself here. Gentle with the breath. And then when you're ready, go ahead and release yourself from the pose by shifting the body back up into our tabletop position, extending out the legs so that they're hip width apart. We're going to return back to a seated position on our mat, so find yourself back into that seated position. And return so that the right hip is flush with the wall. From here, take and lift up your right arm. And then take that right palm and put it towards the wall so that it's touching the wall. And gently bend the arm so the elbow is a little bit above the ear. Face is facing forward, looking forward. And then here, notice that stretch in the chest, in the upper arm, even in the forearms here. I'm going to hold this about 3 minutes. Feel free to adjust the pose. You may want to unextend the arm if it's not comfortable to you, if it's too much. Or you may want to get deeper and actually extend the arm further back. Whatever is right for you. Just working on opening up that chest. Notice any sensations here, especially running along the chest as well as the upper arm. Most of us will notice something because we're at a computer all day, hunched over on our phones all day. You notice anything?
Oh, it's a little cool.
Yeah. Breathe into that sensation. And you may have a tendency to create tension in that left side, the side that actually should be relaxing. So try your best to roll that shoulder back and relax it. Hand can be on the thigh. I even notice a little bit of discomfort in my left back area. Remember, this is your practice, so if at any point in time something is uncomfortable, just gently release from that pose, readjust the pose, or choose to do something else. You have about 1 more minute here. It seems like an eternity. Just. Readjust the posture if you need to. I've noticed my body is slumping a little bit, so take note and readjust. And then when you're ready, just gently release, walking the fingers up the wall, arms back up, and then down to your side. You might want to shake them out a little bit. Definitely feel that. I invite you to do a couple of neck rolls here. You're ready to return to center. Making sure to maintain good posture in center, ears over the shoulders. And then gently switch to the other side and give the left side the same amount of love to the left hip, to the wall. Legs can be crossed or extended out in front of you, what's comfortable to you. Once you're in a good seated position, lift the left arm up, left palm to the wall, and then gently bring the arm down so that you have a bend in your elbow right above the ear. holding it for about 3 minutes. Notice the difference between the two sides. One side may be worse than the other or better than the other. Or the experience may just be different from one side to the next. Know that the further you are from the wall, you may lessen the tension. Don't forget your breath here. It's easy to forget the breath. This is one of the more difficult yin postures. It's easy to focus on how it feels and not reconnect to the breath and use the breath to release the tension there. Also take note of the right side and what the right side is doing. Are we slumping? Keep that chest open. This helps to open up the chest. So keep that chest open, rolling that right shoulder up and back. Resting the right hand on the thigh or the knee, whatever is more comfortable. Readjust as you need to. And don't be afraid to also play in the posture as well. So maybe the arm would do better further up, maybe down. Maybe the legs would be better off extended. All of those are valid feelings and experiences. So play with the posture if you feel like it. And now gently release yourself from the posture, walking the fingers up the wall, bringing the arm up, down. Shake the arms if you'd like. Maybe do some neck rolls here. Before returning back to center with our shoulders rolling up and down, opening up the chest some more. The head is lifted up, ears over shoulders. Take a moment to breathe here. Before we move to our last pose before our resting Shavasana. In the last pose, make your way onto your back with your knees up. Inhale, and then on your exhale, drop the knees to the left side. Extend the arms out by your side and look over that right shoulder. Good. You may want to have a towel or a blanket under the neck to offer some support if you need it. You may want to have a pillow under your lower back for support of the lower back as you're in the posture. We'll only stay here just a minute or two. Remember the breath. Then when you're ready, turn the head back to center, creating your neutral spine. Good. Return the legs back up. Yeah, awesome. Maybe do a couple of bridges, lifting the awesome lower back up and down. Yep. Before recentering yourself. And then dropping the legs to the right side. Awesome. Look over the left shoulder. You may want additional support. Good pillows under. Good. Just rest here for a minute or two, giving the other side equal love and attention. Mind wanders, acknowledge it and return back to the breath. When you're ready, return the head back to center. Neutral spine, good. And then release the legs back up. Awesome. Bring the knees to the chest. Be moving side to side. Before returning, feet down to the floor, preparing yourself for our final resting pose, our Shavasana. You may decide that you like pillows, blankets, or other like bolsters for your Shavasana. Whatever you choose, get comfortable in the position. Extend the legs out. Some people like to have pillows or bolsters under their knees in their Shavasana. Would you like that? I'm gonna put some under your knees so you can feel. It will help for lots of people to create some comfort here. Does that feel better? You may also want to have a towel or a blanket under your neck, just rolled up to support the neck. You may like to have a blanket over top of you, whatever you prefer. This is our final resting pose. So in this pose, just get comfortable and truly rest. Extend the arms out to your side if you prefer. Some like to have one palm over the heart, another over the stomach. Whatever feels good to you. And then when you're ready, bring the attention back to the breath. This is your opportunity to ground yourself, to rest and to reconnect. You inhale, notice the rise and fall in the belly and the chest. Inhale, relax soles of the feet into the ground. Ankles release into the ground. Lower leg, feel the heaviness as they release to the ground. Release the thigh. Hips. The lower back release. Upper back release. Shoulders release. The neck, release it into the ground. Back of the head, release. Bring awareness back into the room. Notice any sounds around you, sounds in your space. And then notice those spaces in between sounds. Take note. Notice the temperature in the room, how it feels on the skin. Maybe even notice how the body feels in contact with the mat. Take note. Take note of any smells in the room. You taste in the mouth, maybe remnants of a meal or anticipation of one to come. Just take note. And then take note of the body, any sensations as it's relaxed and in contact with the ground, supported by the earth beneath, held down by gravity, love. Just take note. And then start a little movement in the body, maybe moving the toes, the feet, fingers. If your eyes are closed, open them. Take a deep breath in, out. Maybe 2 more, just for good measure. In, out. And if you return to this place and notice any tension in the body, just bring awareness there. Breathe into it, release it out. And then when you're ready, you can roll yourself up to your seated position. Be gentle with yourself as you come up. Cross the legs or extend them out, whatever's comfortable for you. And give yourself a moment to close your practice. Maybe it's an affirmation to yourself. Another nice deep breath. Maybe a gentle hug. Maybe it's the setting of intention for the remainder of your day. Whatever it is that you need, give it freely to yourself. Another deep breath in and release it out. Thank you so much for joining me for this yin practice. I hope that you have enjoyed it and you've had the opportunity to connect with your body, to release some tension and maybe stress, and to notice any patterns within your body that could benefit from just the gentle release and the gentle meditation of the practice. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. I hope that you feel relaxed now. The whole idea was to make sure that we understand that mental health is not only talking to someone, but sometimes it's just sitting alone quietly. Sometimes it's exercising. Yoga is a form of exercise. And even though sometimes it's not as vigorous as aerobics, sorry about that. Sometimes it's not as vigorous as aerobics. It is a form of exercise, and it's a way to center yourself. So take this as a suggestion. Try it out. And if you don't want to try yoga, try some form of exercise. As we heard in our last session, exercise is important. It's important for us moving forward. It's important for our mental health. And it's important because in our later years, it may cost us if we don't. We want to thank Miss Keisha for that yoga session. She is awesome. That was a great session. I felt better afterwards. And now, without further ado, we're going to move to our next speaker. Guys, she is phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. I thank God for putting her in my path. And so without further ado, I'm going to bring on Miss LaDawn Bridges. Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone. Hey, Miss Lydia.
Hey,
How are
look,
you?
I am good, and I am so happy that you chose to join us again.
I'm so happy
Um,
to be here. You know, this is
this
my
is
thing.
Yes, yes, yes. This is her second year with us, guys. And last year, I got so many raves about the counselor next door. You know, they had the girl next door. She's the girl next door that is a clinician.
Yes.
And so she's going to talk to you right down to earth, right where you are. Um, I'm really grateful to God that when I was going through looking, He put you right there in my path.
It
Um,
alignment.
Oh my goodness, yes. It has been such a wonderful journey, just in this whole time of just meeting with you. And so I'm not going to take up a lot of time, but I just want you to know how grateful I am that you joined us, how grateful I am to just know you and all the information that you share with me regularly. And I'm going to get out the way because Miss LaDawn has some great stuff to share with you guys today. I'll come back come back in on the end and we can chat. Okay?
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Here she is, Miss LaDawn Bridges.
Hi, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being here with us today. It's a beautiful day. Here I'm in North Carolina, and I just want to express my gratitude for being a part of this. Miss Lydia is very dynamic, and as I have helped others, Miss Lydia has helped me. So I just wanted to say thank you to Miss Lydia and her cohorts. Okay. So my topic today is I generalized it and said flight, flight, freeze. Okay. Flight, fight, and freeze. There are they are the common trauma responses. Everybody know fight, flight, and freeze, right? But what happens is we do not process it in our daily lives. There are some things that we go through as children that we never knew was considered a trauma. Okay. So, what I want you guys to do, if you don't mind, is answer a couple of these questions. Okay. And this is going to open up the door to some of the trauma responses that you may have that you don't even realize that you have. Okay. So, the first thing I want to ask you guys, and this is a part of the adverse childhood experiences test. And what research has determined to these 10 traumatic childhood experiences called ACEs, it is that is linked to health challenges and mental health challenges in adulthood. So what happens is we have these things that happen to us as children, and then we process that loop over and over and over. You can be 65 years old and still processing the loop like you were 10. Okay. So we look at those things and kind of that's what therapy kind of does. It kind of takes the veil off of some things that you have looped in your head over and over and over again that may not hold the truth that it did when you were a child. Okay. So the first question that I want you to answer to yourself or write it down is, did you have a parent or a caretaker in your household that swore at you, insulted you, put you down, humiliated you, or made you afraid to get physically hurt? If that's a yes, put a check. Okay. Second question, did you have a parent or a caretaker in the household, often or very often, push you, grab you, slap you, throw something at you, or even hit you hard enough for you to be injured? Now, for some of us, y'all got to answer this question very, very real, because if you grew up in a certain time, uh, spanking may have looked like a drop cord, may have looked like switches braided up. Now, although that was tradition of discipline, there are some children who take it in different than others. Okay, so we examine that in therapy. Okay, the third question I want you to answer is: did an adult or a caregiver at least 5 years older than you? Okay, so they may have been a cousin, an auntie, uh, a sibling, a parent. Did they touch you, fondle you? Have you touched them in a sexual way? Or attempt to have different various kinds of sex with you, whether it was oral, anal, vaginal, any kind of sex? That's an adverse childhood experience. Okay. The fourth question: did you often or very often feel that no one in your family loved you or thought you were special or important? Your family didn't look out for each other. You didn't feel close to your family, nor did you feel supported. Childhood adverse experience. Okay? Adverse childhood experience, I'm sorry. Number 5, did you often or very often have enough to eat, have to wear dirty clothes, had no one to protect you, had to go on, do a lot of things on your own? Or were your parents too drunk or high to even notice that you were taking care of yourself? Doctor's visits, dentist visits, those are things that sometimes we don't look at as adverse childhood experiences. Okay. Number 6, were you a product of parents who were divorced or separated? And let's just be real, in our community, we got to ask the following question: did they even know each other like that? Some of us just got here. You know what I'm saying? So that's an adverse childhood experience, because if your parents are not bonded, you will also grow up in a situation where you're also feeling pulled a lot of times. Okay. Now, number 6, did you have a parent or caregiver who often pushed, grabbed, slapped, or had something thrown at them? Okay. Sometimes were they often kicked, bitten, hit with a fist, or hit with something hard? Or ever had they been repeatedly hit at least a few minutes or threatened with gun or knife? Now, I don't know about y'all, but y'all know good and doggone well some of our childhood experience. When you hear that sound, somebody get their brakes beat off. That's average child experience for some children. For some children, they normalize it. That's their way to survive it. Okay. Now, number 8 question: did you live with anyone who was a drinker, alcoholic, or used drugs? We ain't gonna touch on the trauma of that right now. We're gonna go back to that. Okay. Number 9, was a household member depressed or mentally ill and they did not even know it? Now, and suicidal. Now, this one is an important question because this ties into, I think, what Dr. Barnes and Lydia was talking about early in the presentation about some of the stigma that's attached to mental health in our worship centers. Okay. So you can have someone who has grown up with depression, who has taught their depression to their children. Now, let me give you a small example of that, and we don't even notice. Okay. Let's just say you had a mom who was depressed, so she kept her blinds down. So it was always dark in the house, never got any sunlight. You know what I mean? It's just dark. So you grew up thinking that's your comfort zone. I like it dark in my house, not realizing that was one of your mom's signs of depression. That makes sense? So what happens is, for some of us who grew up with mentally ill parents, we adapt to their mental illness and call that normal. That makes sense? Okay. So the last question is, did a family member go to prison? Brother, uncle, daddy, mom, Anybody. All of those adverse childhood experiences lead to my next segue, which is our trauma responses. Okay. Now, first, let me define what a trauma response is. Okay. Because a lot of people have normalized trauma so much they don't even realize it's trauma. Now, let me give you an example. When I was little, 6 years old, I grew up in DC. So we had a lot of more movement in our alleys, in our streets, just constant movement. Okay. As I moved down here to North Carolina, that quiet was very foreign to me. And I remember being a little girl being like, why is it so quiet? Well, it was a different way to live. Okay. Now imagine if you grew up in a highly stressful, high crime area where people are constant getting hurt or shot or killed. After a child grows in that at 9, 10, 11, they've normalized it. It ain't a trauma no more, but it is. What has happened is your body has found a way to survive the trauma. Okay. So that's just a small example of what a trauma response can do to somebody who's normalized it. Let's look at domestic violence victims. Most domestic violence victims do not go seek help until it becomes too much for them to endure, if that makes sense. Okay. But there are also some people who have grown up to believe that domestic violence is a part of the love cycle. I had a friend, this is no joke, you guys. I had a friend to say, if he don't hit me, he don't love me. Because why? That's what she experienced in her household. So in her mind, she grew up thinking, domestic violence, I've normalized it. That's a part of the love cycle. Okay. So let's go back and define what the trauma response actually does for you. Okay. There are some common reactions to trauma. Everybody reacts the same, but the behavior handles it differently. But usually the reaction is basically the same. Okay. So common reactions to trauma. Okay. And I know we all have our own trauma. So if you're thinking about a trauma, I want you to keep that in your mind, because we're going to go back to the trauma that you're imagining and we're going to process it together. Okay. Like we would do if we were in a session. Okay. So common responses to trauma is losing hope for the future. That is very, very, very important, especially with our young Black males. Okay. They lose hope for the future. Feeling distant, detached. No big deal. I don't care. All right. Can't concentrate, make decisions. I don't know, man. What? I don't know what I should do. Okay. Being jumpy, easily scared, feeling on guard all the time, never being able to relax, having dreams that upset you, especially repetitive dreams, or memories that upset you, having the same doggone problems at work. Why can I not get along with my doggone bosses? Some of that is a response to trauma. Let's normalize that none of us like being told what to do. None of us like that. None of us likes for us to have to do what we are told if we're not getting paid for it, if that makes sense. So for a lot of us, having a boss is not easy because it depends on what you went through in childhood, if that makes sense, okay? And the biggest one that a lot of us don't pay attention to is avoidance. How many of y'all avoid the family dinner because you know certain family members going to be there? You already know cousin Joe going to act the fool, so I ain't going. I ain't going, I ain't dealing with it, I don't feel like it. That's a part of a common reaction to trauma. Okay? There's also some physical things that I want you to recognize when you experience triggers of trauma. Okay? Common. Upset stomach. We call it the bubble guts. How many times you go to somebody's house or you go to an event or you go to something and all of a sudden your stomach is upset? That used to happen to me when I went to a job I hated. I don't like this job and my physical body told me so. Okay? Trouble sleeping. One of the first questions we ask when we're doing your biopsychosocial is, what's your sleep patterns like? Are you sleeping too much? Are you not sleeping enough? When you wake up, even though you've slept 8 hours, you still feel tired. That's a trauma. That's part of the physical of a trauma response. Okay. Your heart pounding, beating rapidly. Okay. Sweating. Severe headache if thinking about this traumatic event. Not keeping up with, so, oh Lord, I ain't gonna even go there. Because, oh, this just hurt my little soul. Not keeping up with exercise, diet, and regular health care. We all guilty of that. Because sometimes we love a good old piece of cake when we ain't feeling so good. Okay? Because I'll touch on that later on in the conversation too. But eating is definitely a big part that I focus on with some of my people. Because a lot of us are overweight. And a lot of us are trying to lose weight, not for our looks, but for our health. But there's a blockage there. Like, I know I got high blood pressure and I know I need to lose 30 pounds, but something blocking me. Okay? Some of that is part of a trauma response. Again, I'm going to double back on some of this. Having to smoke or use drugs or drink regularly, that is a physical reaction to some trauma. Okay? Now, let's touch on the emotional. So far I've broke down the common reactions to trauma and the physical reactions to trauma. Now we're going to talk about the emotional, which will lead me to the freeze, flight, fight, and the fourth one, which is kind of new, is the fawn response. Okay? The emotional troubles that we endure because of trauma is nervousness, helplessness, fear, sadness, shocked, numbness. Again, these are emotional. Being irritable, having anger outbursts, easily irritated, blaming yourself and having negative self-talk about yourself, being able to untrust anybody. Always thinking somebody after you. Paranoid. I ain't messing with them people. That's not them. That's you. That's something that you're going through. Okay? Feeling withdrawn, rejected, abandoned. Okay? That's an emotional response. Okay? Feeling detached and not wanting intimacy. Okay? How many of us have ever seen somebody in our lives that don't like to be touched? They like to be loved over there. They don't like touch. And a lot of times some people will assume that they don't like to be touched. That's weird. It's not weird. It is a natural defense mechanism to somebody who's been touched inappropriately, male or female. Sometimes you wonder why Joe Schmo won't cuddle with you. Joe Schmo may have had some things that happen in his life that you never know about, that he can't talk about. All right. So I just wanted to give you the emotional difficulties, the physical difficulties, and the common reactions to trauma. Okay. Now, how does this play out on our daily lives? Okay. Now, I know a lot of you guys have heard the term PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of us think about the Vietnam vets or the Desert Storm vets, and we say, oh, yeah, they got PTSD. But did you know that you can have PTSD too? Did you know that post-traumatic stress disorder was made popular by war veterans? Okay. But it's been here before they went to war. They probably was already PTSD before they went there. That's probably part of the reason why they went. Okay. Post-traumatic stress disorder is developed after you've gone through a life life-threatening event. Now, let me give you a visual of a life-threatening event. Say you're 5 and your mom and dad or mom and boyfriend, whoever, are fighting, okay? And you're in your room and you hear your mom scream a scream that you've never heard before, and you hear something shatter. That is a life-threatening event to a 5-year-old, okay? So yes, there are more things that can make you have post-traumatic stress disorder, especially when we continue to complete a loop that we have had since childhood, okay? Post-traumatic stress disorder is what happens after a trauma, okay? But then there are different various degrees of ways that people process this trauma. Depression is one. Now, I always tell my clients depression is looking back, right? It's looking back. What could I have done differently? What could I have? I shoulda, I woulda, I coulda. But as they say, hindsight is all 20/20. Okay? Some of us have not moved on from our traumatic events. This is what I mean. Someone who's experienced a life-threatening event, like let's say a car accident, and they experienced this accident at, say, at age 21 years old. Do you know that that traumatic event can leave that person developmentally 21 years old? They can be 65, but they still act like a 21-year-old because they never allowed or they didn't have the help to take that event and process it in a way that was healthy for them to move on in their lifetime, if that makes sense. Okay. So I'm going to go to the other problems, common problems that happen after trauma. Self-blame, guilt, shame. Very common with people who have had to endure abuse. Any form of abuse, whether it's sexual, whether it's verbal, whether it's emotional. Self-blame, guilt, and shame, because we always think, what could I have done to make it not happen to me? Not taking that full process, saying, well, I was a kid. What could I have done? Nothing, especially if that abuser was an adult. So a lot of us, we keep playing the loop of the abuse and saying, I coulda, I shoulda, I woulda, right? And you would have if you were the adult you are today. If you had the thought process that you did today. But you couldn't have at age 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 told somebody who is older than you, don't do that. That's not right. You didn't have the verbal or the mental ability to do that. So some of the self-blame, guilt, and shame that you have harbored inside of yourself, if you take the time and let's talk about it, we can say, but it's not true. You couldn't have done anything about it. If that makes sense, okay? Suicidal thoughts. Now, you know, us in our community, we don't like to talk about we call it the sideways, right? We don't even want to say the word. But do y'all know how many of us are struggling? When I say us, I say our community, with not being able to talk about the fact that some people don't want to be here. Some people don't want to be here. I have asked my children directly, have you ever had any? I encourage all of you, go ask your kids. Have you ever had any suicidal thoughts? Have you ever had a plan? Now, let me tell you something. Just FYI. It is okay. It is normal to have a, man, if I wouldn't be here, I wonder. That's okay. That's kind of normalized. It's like, that's when we start saying, okay, we need some help. Okay. But when somebody has a plan and they've thought that thing out and they've said, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, and they've planned that out, that's when we need, that is an ER call 988-911. Call everybody because it's a problem. Because if they thought out the plan they have taken it to a whole nother level. Okay. So before you ask that question, be prepared for the answer. Okay. If you ask it to yourself, your children, even a couple of your family members, friends. Okay. We don't want to talk about it, so we don't ask the question. But I asked mine. Why? Because I know better. You learn better to do better. Okay. That's not something that you go talk to mom about. Hey, mom, just want to let you know. I just want to talk about. So sometimes it has to be inquired about. Okay. So I encourage you guys to do so. All right. So another common problem after a trauma is aggressive behavior. Okay. Angry, alcohol and drug abuse. All right. Now, how does this tie in to the fawn, fight, flight, freeze response? Okay. Now, first, in order for me to do that, I got to explain what these things are. And I'm explaining that. You can go on Google and you can look it up and it'll have this jargon that's, maybe, yes, it's for the this and this. I'm going to give it to you plain and real. Okay. Because we in our community, we need things plain and real to be able to relate to the fact that therapy works. Therapy works for us. We just got trust issues in our community, if that makes sense. Okay. So we've defined the trauma response. We've gone over the physical. We've gone the emotional. We've gone over the common problems that come from trauma. Now, this is to teach you what your response is to trauma. This is for you can know your triggers to trauma. So you can know your triggers. All right. Now, I'm going to give you a trigger that a lot of us girls have. Okay. Let me just be honest. Those girls got this response. Y'all ever got upset because somebody didn't text you back? Like you text them and an hour go by. You're like, no big deal. They ain't text me back yet. 5 hours go by. You're like, man, they ain't text me back. By hour number 8, you're pissed. You're feeling abandoned. You're a little depressed a little bit. You don't know what's going on. Now you're mad. And it's like, now you're going off. Guilty. Been there, done that. Because what that did when that person didn't respond to my text, it triggered for me, my childhood stuff is abandonment. That makes sense? So immediately my response to that abandonment, being the person that I am, and I've, in my experience, I'd be ready to fight. I'd be ready to talk a little junk. I'd be, so you ain't gonna text me back. So it wasn't the person that texts me back that caused me to want to fight. It's my abandonment. It triggered my abandonment. Make sense? Okay. So a lot of us have triggers to these traumas that we don't even know. And this is what therapy is for, to tell you, hey, you're reacting to some of this stuff because you've had previous traumas. Okay. Now, I'm going to go down the list defining. I'm going to give you the technical jargon, and then I'm going to give you the hood jargon. Okay. So you can marry the two and notice what works for you. Okay. Now, the first one is the fawn. Now, I'm starting with the most one that the least talked about one, because I need us and for our community to know that some of the stuff that we think is us being weird or being how we are, some of this stuff is normalized trauma that we never know is normalized trauma. Okay. When I say normalized trauma, I'm meaning the way you've normalized your trauma. Okay. Individually. So the first one is fawn. Okay. FAWN. All right. Now, the fawn response is people pleasing. It is people pleasing. The fawn response immediately involves trying to please a person to avoid conflict. If you have had a narcissistic parent and you would say or do anything because you don't want to get old boy or old girl riled up, that was your fawn response. Usually fawn response come from childhood where we didn't have a voice, or when we did have a voice, it was suppressed. And let's admit that a lot of us came from the era of children are to be seen and not heard. Now, we're going to talk about those traditions that done messed us up in our community, that has spilled over into our churches and religious. We're going to go there in a few minutes, okay? I'm going to try to shorten it a little bit, all right? Now, if you want to give a fawn a hood name, avoidance. Avoidance. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to avoid trying to please this person. I'm going to avoid it. I don't want to deal with it. I'm going to avoid it. I can't win with this person. I'm going to avoid it. That's a fine response, okay? The next one that is very, very common is flight. Getting away from it. I got to go. Now, some of us that have been in relationships, y'all notice when old boy or old girl tired of hearing your mouth, I got to go. I don't want to hear it no more. Shit, I got to go. What we don't realize is some of us define that as disrespect. Oh, he walked out on me when I was talking to him. Not realizing that that's his trauma response. Maybe he grew up in a household, or she grew up in a household where arguing was the norm. So when they hear it again, it is like, can't do it, got to go. I got to get up out of here. Got to go. I ain't trying to listen to that. It's kind of like avoidance, but not really. Okay? It's kind of like it, but not really, because the fawn is going to try to please the person. The flight ain't trying to hear it at all. Okay? So sometimes while we talk about communication and relationships, is because you got to understand that you doing this may trigger your partner, because you don't know where they come from. You don't know what their traumas have been. Okay? So we got to look at that. Now, the hood word for the flight is abandonment. A lot of us have been abandoned. Why? Because let's just say if somebody has a dad that has multiple kids and he never stayed with either family, okay? He just left, right? Some might say, oh, he just a sorry dude. Not necessarily. Maybe he just didn't know how to process having children. It made him feel worthless. It made him have self-doubt. It made him not be able. So those very physical things that I talked about and emotional things that I talked about, for some people, once they experience that, they got to go. Okay? So the next one. Now I can give y'all the technical description of flight if you want, but I think the word is pretty self-explanatory. Okay? Freeze. Let's talk about the freeze. If the flight is running away from the perceived danger, because let's be truthful, some of our mouths are dangerous. Some of our things we say are dangerous, depending on who's receiving it. So you saying, when I'm just talking, I ain't put him in no danger. I ain't put them in no danger. You may have. You just may not know it. Okay? Now, the freeze. Unable to move. Stuck. Now, this happens a lot when you are in an immediate trauma. Okay? Now, I want y'all to think back. Some of us got into a trauma and couldn't move. I never forget. Growing up in the alley, I heard somebody yelling, help, help. I was a little girl. I couldn't help. But guess what I did? I sat in that bed for about 2 hours, froze, couldn't move. Little girl. And here's how the trauma affects me. Right now, to this day, I remember the piercing. I remember her voice. I remember the time. I remember everything about that moment that I heard this lady yelling, help, 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 and me freezing. Okay? Don't know who it was, but I remember my response to freeze. Okay? Now, some of us may say, freeze? What does that mean? if you think about a child, I always go back to children because we are who we are today because our childhood self raised us to be this way. If you're not going through your therapy process, let me tell you, you have a child raising you, the little child. Little Ladon got some issues that Big Ladon ain't quite settled yet. And until I acknowledge that, I don't know that some of my behavior is coming from little Ladon and not Big Ladon. That makes sense? Okay. So let's talk about this freeze response. Okay. Now, freeze is a physical response, and you're going to see the following things: somebody turning red or color leaving them, a sense of dread, like, oh, you know what I mean? Stiff, cold, numbness, heart pounding, or a decrease in heart rate. Okay. And so the freeze response may not be something that an adult would experience immediately, but it is something that a child would experience. And if you think back to your traumas, I guarantee you can think about a time where you froze. Okay. And we unpack that in therapy. We do. Okay. Now, this last one I want to touch on ties into stuff I was saying before about the traumatic events that we experienced that we call traditional raising. Okay. This one gonna be a little bit longer than the rest of them because this fight response is not about throwing hands, y'all. It ain't. Let's say if you are late for an event and you got to stop at the gas station, okay? And when you stop at that gas station, somebody is buying lotto tickets, okay? So now you're irritated. So now, you know, you got this thing about being late. So now you in combat mode. That person getting them lotto tickets finna get cussed out. Why? You don't even realize that's a part of your trauma response. It ain't the other person. A lot of us in our community have accepted the fight response as normal. You smack me, I'm gonna smack you back. But let me tell you the part that y'all have not considered, especially in some more traditional areas of life. And I'm trying to be real careful with what I say, if you know what I mean, because I don't want to step on nobody's toes when I come to this, when I say this. Have y'all ever been in an organization where the leaders of the church or organization or community representatives, y'all are in this thing and the leaders are just nasty? They get stuff done and it gets done nicely, but they nasty. So they lead with a sense of fight in them, if that makes sense. Okay? They lead that way. And a lot of times, a lot of people that follow that type of leadership is because that's where they came from their home. So they rather follow the somewhat mean leader because that's what they used to, if that makes sense. Okay? Now, how does all of this tie into you doing better or being better? You have to know what triggers you. You have to know that, and again, going back to fight, if somebody slapped you, okay, yeah, you might want to slap them back, but but that's the physical part of fight. But have you ever thought about that you can't shut up sometimes is because you're fighting on the inside. You're having physical reactions. You're having emotional reactions, and it's leading you to the fight. Okay? So we have to unpack that to see what triggers you to fight. You know what triggers me to fight? any perceived danger to my kids. I don't care. I ain't talking about physical danger. I'm talking about any kind of danger. And it triggers me. Now, some people might say, well, for me, I might just avoid it. They might just avoid the confrontation. Not me. If you're messing with my kids, it's going to trigger me to want to do something other than handle it a way that's more conducive. Okay? So the thing about you unpacking your fight, flight, freeze, and fawn responses is so you will know how to handle it and go about your life in a more conducive way to you. Because some of us don't realize that the things we're doing, the avoidance, the abandonment, the ignoring, and the attitude, which is the fawn, flight, freeze, and fight, all of those things, right, are normal responses to trauma, but we're not going to behave the same. My response, my behavior may be to fight for one event, but we could take that same event for your partner or for your mom or dad or your kids. Their response may be to leave the situation. Now, here's the good part where I can use this. Let's talk about siblings. Okay? Most of us have siblings, and if you don't, sorry. But anyway, if you have siblings who grew up in the same household, and especially if you have more than one, you may be the sibling that's labeled the fighter. Okay? If you have somebody in your family, same household, they handle a whole situation, they ain't trying to deal with it. Bye. I'll talk to y'all later. That's what's going on. Okay, peace. They out of here. They flying. Then you got the one sitting in the corner just listening. Like, what we gonna do? What y'all gonna do? I don't know. What you gonna do? That's the freeze. Same situation, different responses. Then you got the fawn. Well, y'all just tell me what y'all need me to do. I'll do it. You know what I mean? I'll just be right. You want me to cook? It's always some responses that people may react based off of their way of processing the event behaviorally. So let's just say you have a partner and you think that this partner is not paying you any attention, is ignoring you, is not validating you. You have to ask yourself, is that too much for my partner? They might not be cut from that cloth because you don't know what their traumas are. And most of us, before we commit to a situation, we ain't talking about our traumas to our partners. Okay? So how does it serve you? When you know your triggers and you know your traumas and you know all of that is associated with your response of knocking the mess out of somebody, you can control it more. So when we go into certain organizations, churches, the Divine Nine and work, and you wonder why all this energy is coming towards you and you can't handle it, it's because we got different people dealing with their stuff differently. So you can't control their stuff at all. So the best thing for you to do, people, is come to therapy. Learn how to control you, regardless of what people are going on, what's going on around with other people. Now, let me talk to you about trauma in children. Do y'all know that some kids can get cussed out regularly? You dumb. You did it. You stupid. So what do you think by the time that kid gets to be 30? How are they going to be living their life? Very dumb and very stupidly, because that's how they've been trained to perceive themselves. Okay? So remember when I said I'll go back to, being stuck at a childhood age? I had a client who had a master's degree, owned a home, had one kid, Father and her were not so good, but they were on good terms. Had went higher educationally and professionally than any of her family members. But you know what she told me in talking to me? She was like, well, I was always the dumb, slow cousin. So I was like, what's the evidence? What's the evidence that you the dumb, slow cousin when you have outpaced and out performed all of the cousins that called you dumb and slow? She was like, you know what? I am. I'm more educated. And it was not about the education, but in her mind, regardless of her education, regardless of where she was in life, she still had labeled herself the dumb, slow cousin. So what did she do? What did she do? What did she do, y'all? How did she handle that trauma to be labeled? You know what she did? She fawned it. People please. She told me her whole life, all of her decisions that she's made was because she didn't want anybody to see her as not a good girl. That was her trauma response. Because dumb and slow in a child's mind is different than dumb and slow in adults' mind. Okay? So because she had been called dumb and slow in a child's mind, because she kept repeating that loop from the time she was in her teens and in her 20s, and she's 40 years old now. So in her 30s, she was dumb and slow. Regardless of all these accomplishments, regardless of being a home, she was still dumb and slow. So although she was not dumb and slow, that loop had repeated for 30 something years. So therapy and being in tune with your mental health, it tells you how to stop the loop or to put a pin in the loop and say, wait a minute, is this true? Is this true? Am I telling myself the truth? Okay? We got to look at the traumas that cause you to behave in a way that's not serving your life anymore. Now, when you was 20, it might have served your life to be depressed about Joe. Okay? Joe broke your heart. You was 20, you was depressed. Okay, fine. We give you that. That's life. But if you still talking about Joe at 40, we need some help. We need some help. Because Joe 20 years ago ain't even the same Joe no more. Okay? That's why we have to deal with the mental health of the traumas. Okay? The mental health of the traumas, 9 times out of 10, are lies. Or if they're not lies, there are things that we perceived at age 5, at age 10. Like, so even though it's the truth, as we look back at it as an adult, we can say, oh, but now I realize why I got a whoop. Or, oh, now I realize why Uncle such and such avoided the family so much. Or, now I realize why Daddy used to walk out on Mama when they argue. Sometimes we got to go back and tell ourselves the truth about a story and not the same story that does not serve our life. Okay? So I just want to end this. I don't know, Miss Liddy, if it's time, but I just want to kind of wrap this up and getting everybody to think about their traumas. I'm going to give you guys a homework assignment. And this homework assignment is between you, yourself, and you. Okay? Be bold enough to write your trauma. What things have traumatized your life? I'm not talking about nothing necessarily life-threatening to where you thought you were going to get harmed. I'm talking about the trauma of everyday living, being yourself. Trauma can look like being yelled at. Trauma can look like being labeled the black sheep of the family, so you perform like the black sheep of the family. Trauma can look like witnessing a lot of domestic violence. And now it ain't no big deal for you. What are your traumas? And how does your trauma keep repeating the loop today? And is it holding you back? So you're going to have a piece of paper, okay? In that piece of paper, you're going to say, number one, trauma number one. I don't know. I got beat up in the 7th grade in front of everybody. That was a trauma. How do I keep repeating that loop today? I don't trust people. I don't trust women because them girls jump me. I don't trust women like that. I don't trust people. They jump me. From 7th grade. Okay, you 50. Okay, so from 12 to 50. For 38 years, you've been repeating that same loop. Okay. Now, what does the therapy do? I come in and I ask you, what happened? Why did them team of girls jump you in the 7th grade? What was the story behind them jumping you? Who is responsible for it? What are the details? Because the only thing you're looping is the actual being jumped. You're not putting in and connecting the dots and saying, well, maybe it won't me. Maybe it was somebody lying on me. Maybe it was just 7th grade drama. We keep repeating the jump, not the behavior before the jump to process it, okay? How does it affect your life now? You avoid people, places, and things that remind you of a gathering of women, okay? Because why? You're avoiding getting jumped from the 7th grade, and you 50 years old now, you still repeating that, so you avoid groups of women, okay? So when you get in the group with a woman, now you on fight mode, okay? Because you've been triggered, because now you got to go in this group. So now you on guard. Now you give an attitude, okay? I got to go with these group of women. I got an attitude. How is that serving you? You don't even realize that that's stemming from the 7th grade jump. It doesn't serve you anymore. So some stuff we got to wash our hands with. Even if it was traumatic at the time, it doesn't have to continue to be traumatic. And that's what having a therapist does. We kind of get you to look at it and say, is that true now? I bet you now if you put you in a group of 7th graders, you wouldn't get jumped. Because you don't even realize that when you repeat that loop, you turn 12 again. You're not even that 50-year-old anymore. You're processing it as the 12-year-old. So when you ever thought about something and you get into that moment, you're thinking about it, and you become that age right all over again. You're not the 50-year-old experiencing that event. You're the 12-year-old. And so here you go, 50, reacting to a 12-year-old response. So I tell y'all, talk to your therapist. Now, if you can't find a therapist, I got a way you can find a therapist. I am in North Carolina, and I can only see North Carolinians for therapy, but there is other ways, okay? And so me and Miss Lydia, we'll talk about that. I don't know what you want me to do, Miss Lydia, how you want me to end this thing, but I just want everybody to do that homework assignment and name your traumas and process them as an adult.
So I am here. I'm listening, of course, behind the scenes. Can you tell us, you have a website, a Facebook page or something? Can you tell us where we can reach you?
I do. My Facebook is Happy Healthy You Counseling and Coaching, because I also do coaching, and that's how I can cross the state lines with coaching and not counseling.
I'm typing.
And
Happy Healthy
You
Counseling and Coaching. Okay.
.com. That's a .com. Okay.
Okay.
And if you need to read me, you just put LaDawn at happyhealthyyoucounseling.com.
Okay. On I'm slow typing.
You want me to type it out for you, Miss Lydia?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I think I got it now.
Long. I know it's got long. My bad, y'all.
All right. Now, Happy Healthy You Counseling and Coaching on Facebook.
Yeah.
And then if you're trying to reach our website, just put .com.
Yes.
Got that right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Guys, so LaDawn, as you know, I am ever so grateful that you came again. This was an awesome session. Every time I hear from you, I learn something new. I have something to go back and look at for myself.
Mm.
You were talking about those traumas, and I know there are things that, as you were talking, were going through my mind about the different traumas of growing up that we didn't think was a trauma. We learned to normalize it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a normal thing, you know. I can talk about it was a normal thing to be in my house sometimes without gas and electric.
Mm-hmm.
Even though now you will never come to my house and my gas and electric is off. Okay. I even look into getting a generator. So if it's a storm, my lights won't go off for that reason.
Yes. Yes.
So while you were talking, I realized that that is probably my trauma response because I don't want it to happen again.
But see, the good thing is, like when you said that, the good thing is you buying the generator, it serves you. So you can keep that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got to take it all away. But does it serve me? Yes, having a generator serves me. So it's all right that you had that trauma of not having the lights and the water, whatever, right? It's okay. And it builds grit when you got to go through stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's a problem is when you just don't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
And you just sit with it. Well, we grew up without lights and water before. We can do it again.
Yeah, and we say that, especially in our community. You know, we talk about our children now and say we lived without it, so they can live without it. A lot of times our response, when that response is just because we can't give them some things that they may want. Exactly. We'll go, I lived without it, so they can live without it. Exactly. So, you know, like I said, every time I talk to you, I am inspired to do better. To do better.
You know how we do.
Yes, ma'am. Let me tell you, you know, I am so honored that you are here with us today. Now, guys, I want you to hear the best thing I'm about to say. Our keynote speaker in our symposium next week is Miss LaDawn Bridges. She's coming to share with us about life happening, and she's going to close the symposium out next week. Mm-hmm. If you have not paid attention to our Facebook pages, it's on the Lioness Den, it's on Legacy, it's on the Barnes Memorial page, it's on my personal page. We are having a symposium next week, and it's for men and women. Mm-hmm. It's going to be at 1918 Collington Avenue in the city of Baltimore. So LaDawn is honoring us because she's traveling from North Carolina.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Baltimore to share with us.
I'm so excited.
If you have not registered, please check out one of our Facebook pages, Lioness Den, Legacy Fellowship, Barnes Memorial, my page is LC Chapman. Check them out. Log on, register today. Please register today because what you just heard, she's going to share with us more next week. Yeah. And some of the other people who've been here today will be there also. Tammy Saunders will also be there next week. And our next speaker, Miss Ebony Vaughn, who I love so much, she has been with us the whole 3 years. She swooped in on the first year and saved me when someone canceled. They're all going to be there, and they have such great information. So please, 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 please register today. Next week, we are having Life Happens. This week, we're doing mental health. Next week, we're having Life Happens. LaDawn, thank you so much. I will definitely be in touch with you soon, of course.
Okay.
But guys, check her website out. Mm-hmm. Let me put it back up. Happy Healthy You Counseling and Coaching. Check her out on Facebook. Go to her website. And like I said with Dr. Mike, check her out. And if you are looking for a counselor, check and see if she might be the one for you.
Yeah.
You never know until you try. We tend to not try, but you never know until you try. LaDon, oh
Can I
my goodness.
can I plug myself right quick?
Please
If
do.
if you need coaching, now the difference between counseling and coaching, coaches and I can talk about how you can live with the depression, how you live with the anxiety, how do you handle it after the diagnosis. That's coaching. Okay. So
All right.
you guys, thank you so much, Miss Lydia. I'm gonna go now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, I'll be in touch soon. And guys, please like, subscribe, and join her page.
Bye
Thank you,
bye.
Miss LaDon.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Let's see here. All right. So we are here. We have one more phenomenal clinician coming up. Guys, have you enjoyed today? I mean, I've enjoyed. If you've enjoyed today, please put some hearts up for us because I have so enjoyed today. Today has been such a enlightenment for me in so many areas. If you're just joining us, please go back and watch the beginning. Dr. Mike started off with the fears, myths, and misunderstandings about psychology. And then we had Nurse Tammy and Nurse Karen to talk about hold on one second. Then we had Nurse Tammy and Nurse Karen to talk about the stress of being a caretaker, and they did an emphasis on caretaking for Alzheimer's patients. After that, we had a yoga session. One of our very first times having a yoga session or any type of session like that. We had a yoga session with Miss Keisha. You just heard LaDon. That was just so awesome. And now, as they say, the icing on the cake is Miss Ebony Vaughn. So without further ado, I introduce some and present to others Miss Ebony Vaughn. Hi, Ebony.
Hi. Hello, 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 everybody. How are you doing?
I'm great. Look, I'm going to apologize publicly. I've apologized privately, but I'm apologize publicly. I'm sorry about the time. I was so sure I gave you the right time, and I didn't just, so thank you so much for still coming on and sharing with us today. I already know what you're going to share is going to be life changing.
Mhm.
It always is. Um, Thank you. You've been with us 3 years in a row.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's huge. That is so huge. I told everybody before you came on that last time you swooped in at the last minute and filled the spot where I lost somebody. The first year when you came on, I lost somebody at the end, and you said sure, and you swooped in right at the end and came in and knocked it out the park for us. And I am so grateful to just know you and how you bless this conference every year. Um, you really, really, and you're a regular on the Lioness Den, so I can't say much more of how grateful I am that I even know you. I have to say that I'm grateful to know you. I'm not gonna talk anymore because you know how I can do.
Well,
I'm
I'm
gonna.
grateful. I'm grateful that you would have me for these
Oh
last
my
3 years and that we are sisters. And
goodness.
so I definitely am honored by that. And it's always good to talk about the Lord and to talk about our soul's conditioning and wholeness. So, you wrap everything that I love in, to a few minutes together. So it's wonderful.
Thank you. Um, Again, I'm gonna be quiet because I wanna get my pen back out, take some more notes. I got about probably 3, 4 pages from today already. I'll just add to the book that I'm collecting. So
So,
without further ado, yes, ma'am.
yes, so I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Whatever you need. Do you need me to do something on this end?
um, I don't think so, but hopefully I'll be able to see my face as well.
Okay.
I don't know and let me turn on some light too. There
Okay. If you need to email me something real quick, you can, and I can put it up. But let's see if it works from your end. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to make you the lead right now. There you go.
Okay. Mm, Okay. All right. So, that's not what I want to share. And let's go to this one. Go to systems preference. Okay, so I'm going to send it to you
Okay.
because it looks like I have to do something else. So let me send this to you. Okay. I can send it. How should I send it? Through email or through the text? Well, I guess it would be email. So let me
I think
just.
will have to send it through, you can
Yeah.
send it to lycech@gmail.com.
I'm sorry, LYCH. C
lycech
C E C H. Uh-huh.
@gmail.com.
Okay.
While Ebony is coming, getting her stuff together, let's see if I can share the flyer with you guys for next week. Um, just something to fill the time, Ebony.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share the flyer with you guys real quick here for next week. And that is for the symposium that we're having. Um, Ebony will be one of our facilitators next week. And so I want you guys, we were just talking about it in the last session, and I realized that I had not talked about it all day. But what we're talking about this week is mental health. And our session next week, life happens. We're going to dig in more about what we do when life happens. And so I want you guys to join us on next week for this very important um, symposium. It is something that has been in the works for a while now. And we are super happy to be able to share it on next week. So that is coming up. And here is the flyer. Um, please check out our Facebook page to get more information about registering because life happens and we all need to know what to do when life happens. Um, and then, Ebony, I'm going to pull up this real quick and share it. Give me 1 second here.
And if not, I could just flow if we
You
can.
could. Oh no, I think I have it. I think I
Okay.
have it. I think I have it. Give me 1 second. I downloaded it. It was a quick download. Wasn't very long. And it's doing a little circle thing right now. And in 1 second, I think we will have it on the screen. And we will go forth.
So, just to kind of get started as you're pulling it up, what we're talking about, and one of my most favorite topics is total wholeness. And I truly believe that total wholeness has everything to do with aligning our soul, our body, and our spirit. As I've talked about so much on in our times together in the past, we are triune beings. We are three-part beings as spirit-filled believers. We are We are soul, we are body, and we are spirit. And oftentimes we don't always understand that there needs to be an alignment in those areas in order for us to truly experience the abundance that God desires for us. And so today I just want to talk a little bit about that. When it comes to total wholeness, the scripture that I would love to come from is 3rd John 1 and 2. And so we're going to talk about wholeness today. And my prayer is that we all are in a pursuit of wholeness. Wholeness in its literal term is defined as being complete or a single unit and not broken or divided into parts. It is the condition of being free from all defects or flaws. So, as spirit filled believers and kingdom citizens, the barrier to experiencing wholeness comes from the lack of understanding of who we are in God and from the imbalance in our three parts. So, if we go to the first actual slide, one of the things that we see with that is just how separated or how aligned we are. And so of course you have our spirit man, and this is the man's hidden part. This is the deepest, innermost part of ourselves. Our spirit was created to contact, receive, and contain God, who is spirit. So our spirit definitely has everything to do with our connection, our communion, and our commitment to our God. Our soul is made up of our mind, our intellect, and our will. And then, of course, our body is our temple. What all of these things are housed in. It says the body is the man's outermost part. Our body contracts the physical realm through our five senses of sight, smell, taste, and touch. So we understand that there must be a balance in all three parts, and I want you to think about it. For the most part, when we are struggling, in our lives, oftentimes it has to do with an imbalance, whether it is physical, whether it is mental, or whether it is spiritual. And one of the most important parts of our pursuit of wholeness is to continuously nurture each of these areas every single day. Did you hear what I said? Every single day, we must be in a pursuit to nurture our spirit, to nurture our soul, and to nurture our bodies. If we look at 1 Thessalonians 5 and 23, the Bible says, "Now may the God of peace himself sanctify you through and through." That is, and this is the amplified version, that is, separate you from profane and vulgar things, make you pure, and here's that word, and whole and undamaged, consecrated to God and set apart for his purpose. And then it goes on to say, "And may your spirit and soul and body be kept complete, found blameless at the coming of our Lord." In each of these areas, we must have a set intention to nurture and to cultivate. Our three parts are designed to nurture, influence, and to coexist. Each part influences each other, whether negatively or positively. It is quite possible for our spirits to be intact, guys, as this will always be perfected and in alignment with the word. However, if our souls is in turmoil, there is a possibility that we will not be able to experience the fullness of God, although our confession is sure in our salvation. Now, I want to talk about this because our previous speaker, she did an amazing job explaining to us the impact of trauma on our lives and those trauma responses that we acquire as we navigate after we experience traumatic events. And I want to say to you that that was an amazing example as we look at total wholeness and we look at ourselves as three-part being, because you recognize how there are three areas: the spirit, the soul, and the body. And when you look at the soul, that trauma and those trauma responses directly impact our soulish realms. And when our souls are damaged, or when our souls are oftentimes wounded, it causes a dissonance in our bodies and in our spirits. And so what oftentimes happens, instead of us being living through the spirit, we often live through our soul, which is damaged and which is fractured by humanity and life. And when we live through a fractured soul, what happens is our lives are imbalanced. Our lives become the breeding ground for pain, and it becomes the breeding ground for poor relationships. It becomes the breeding ground for for turmoil. Why? Because we're operating from a fractured soul. And so whenever you're operating from a fractured soul, you'll always run into those areas in your life that competes, with your spirit man. And so it's so important for us to understand that it's through the Spirit of God that we should pursue and seek freedom, so that then our souls become in line with our spirit. And it sounds more technical than it is, because the reality is God came that we might experience freedom. And so our freedom is found in our covenant, right? And in the written covenant of God's word. However, freedom can only be experienced when we intentionally apply the word as it relates to freedom in our lives, right? And so these are things that are so important for us to understand. And simply broken down, it's not just about the written word of our freedom and the covenant that is written in the word that guarantees our freedom, but what also guarantees our freedom is our willingness to work through the trauma and to deal with the trauma that oftentimes blocks us from experiencing God's spiritual freedom. Because here's the deal: I truly believe that any form of freedom is a spiritual matter. And so we can never experience freedom without first experiencing our spiritual nature. And so when we think about the three parts that we're talking about and how they all influence one another, it's important for us to understand that God's desire is complete alignment. It is total alignment with our spirit, soul, and our bodies. And one of the things that the speaker talked about is just how oftentimes our trauma can be experienced through our body. Again, all of these things influence one another, because oftentimes when our soul is fractured and we are living our lives through the lens of our soul and our brokenness, it often attacks our body. And so what happens when our body is attacked by our soul's fractured, our body begins to respond negatively. How? High blood pressure, issues with our stomach, oftentimes a lot of issues dealing with our digestive systems are directly correlated to stress and trauma. You know, oftentimes our body reacts to traumatic responses through headaches and through you know, difficulty with you know, being able to hold down you know, food, and oftentimes leads to more severe issues such as cancer and so many other illnesses. And yes, mental health issues is linked to some of our more severe medical conditions, such as high blood pressure, such as cancer, you know, and a slew of others. Because the reality is, when there is a fracture in our souls, it attacks our spirit, it attacks our body. And so it's so important for us to understand, when there is no alignment, our system in general is in turmoil. Now, it can, all of these things can be in turmoil while you are still confessing Jesus Christ. Glory to God. So it's not just about your confession, but it's also about your application of the word and your willingness to engage in a freedom pursuit. So I hope that this is helping someone. Our spirit is a direct connection with God, and it is perfect. It is completely whole. There is nothing about our spirit man that is fractured. It is only our soul, then our body, which oftentimes impedes our spiritual lives because we fail to commune, not because the spirit isn't present. There is no imperfection in our spirits. However, our souls can prevent us from experiencing the abundant life, as we have already learned. The soul includes our personality, who we are. This is where we think, reason, consider, remember, and wonder. We experience emotions, and you can go to the next slide. We experience emotions like happiness and love and sorrow and anger and relief and compassion. And we are able to resolve and choose and make decisions through our souls. The body is our physical house. This is where, of course, our God-given organs and external parts are. This allows us to have contact with the world, because here's the thing that we need to understand, guys. We are spirit beings. As spirit-filled believers, we are spirit beings housed in our human bodies. Do you believe that? Do you see yourself as a spirit being? God's desire is that his people would contain and express him. So we are spirit beings, and the Holy Spirit is housed in us. But God's ultimate desire is that we express him, through our conversation, that we express him through our behavior, that we express him through our works and our acts of faith. It is important for God that his people express him. But to express God, we need to be filled with him. He wants us to surrender all parts of who we are to him. We must allow our souls and body to align with our spirit so that we can be complete in him. Alignment comes with synergy, and synergy is enabling transformation in our lives. Listen, guys, it's all about transformation as it relates to wholeness. And I am so just excited that God desires and he invests in our freedom. His investment is in each of our freedom. And I'm so excited about that. Mark 6, if we go back to the soul just for a minute, I want to give you those scriptures. 1 Peter 5, 7, and 9. We all know this, casting all your cares and anxieties, all your worries and your concerns on him because he cares for you. Whenever we talk about how do I get free, how do I begin to experience freedom from the soul's fractures, how do I begin to get past my traumas and those things that I've experienced in the past, I believe that our speaker gave us some excellent strategies as to how we do that. But here we are in the Word of God. The Word of God tells us to first and foremost cast our cares on him with deepest affection, watching as he watches over us. You know, the Word of God tells us to be sober, well balanced, and self-disciplined. We have to gain discipline as it relates to desiring freedom. Because when we desire freedom, what it means is that we have to continue to feed. We have to feed our spirit man, and we have to feed our soul with positive, affirming things. We have to begin to change the narrative that we have carried in our lives for so long. And so again, when we look at all of these scriptures, you know, we find that God's desire is for us to experience wholeness. It is all about wholeness. Abundant living will be reflected in all three areas of our lives when we begin to see God's desire for us. And I have given you, with some of the slides, I've just given you scriptures for your soul, for your body, and spirit that will help you to nurture them and to develop them. And I want to talk a little bit about God's desire for abundance for us, right? And so, you know, we've been talking about how we are trying beings. We've been talking about the importance of nurturing and being able to feed our souls, our bodies, and our spirits daily so that we can experience this abundant life that God talks about. And I want to go right to God's plan for abundance, which is found in John 10:10. In John 10:10, the Bible says the thief comes only in order to steal and kill and destroy. But Jesus said, I came that they may have and enjoy life and have it in abundance to the full, till it overflows. That's God's desire, that we experience a life that is enjoyable, that we experience a life that overflows with his blessings and his abundance. I truly believe that a life fulfilled and an abundant life has some essential aspects of it. One is passion. I truly believe that passion, which is an intense interest or enthusiasm, having joy in our lives, is a tremendous aspect of God's abundance, his desire for abundance for us. God desires us to experience joy. And if there's any one of you that are watching this and you are not experiencing daily joy, my prayer for you is that you go into the presence of the Lord and you continue on your pursuit of freedom so that God can enable you through his Holy Spirit and through your faith acts. So that you would be able to experience the joy that he desires. Okay. And that's where the enthusiasm comes from. That's where the interest comes from. Because when you don't have joy, oftentimes we go through lives like, okay, whatever, what's next? I'm not impressed. And I've been there. I've been in seasons in my life. Well, guess what? I was not impressed. Okay. And I'm pretty sure some of you have done that as well. The second thing is pleasure. And we talked about that, being able to enjoy your life. As spirit-filled believers, if we are not enjoying our lives, guess what? Something is wrong. And we have to go before God and get in his word to begin to fill us and to begin to deal with those areas. Another one is prolific. God desires for his people to have a prolific life. What does prolific mean? Producing. You know, he desires for us to be producers. He desires for his people to be fruitful and productive in the areas that he is sending them to. So when you look at your life, if you're not experiencing passion and pleasure, if you're not experiencing prolific days, then you have to begin to ask yourself or ask God, what's going on with me? What are the areas in my life that I need to nurture or that I need to develop in? And then next is purposeful. God's abundant life has everything to do with us living a poured out life. It has everything to do with our days being purposeful and intention. Why? Because we have an assignment. There is a purpose and a plan and a promise of God that each one of us has, and we have to experience that on a daily basis. And lastly, God desires for his people to prosper. He desires prosperity and posterity in our lives. What does prosper means? To flourish physically, to grow strong and healthy. This is what God's desire, and this is his idea of an abundant life. And so when we talk about experiencing total wholeness in our lives, it is important for us to understand that God is invested in ensuring that our lives are filled with passion, they are filled with pleasure, they are filled with prolific days where you are producing and you are fruitful and you are productive. That life has to do with you being purposeful and prosperous. I hope that you guys are getting this, and I hope that this has been a blessing to each and every one of you. God bless you.
I'm coming. Here I go. I'm here. Oh wow.
I
I
can't
had
see you though.
you can't. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is terrible. Um, I had to put myself back in because when I'm sharing the slides, I have to move myself out. But
Okay.
Ebony, I want to tell you. Uh-oh, no one can see me. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact. Oh, let's see. I'm not really sure what happened here. I think. Let's see. Hmm. Can you hold on 1 second for me, Ebony?
Yes.
Okay.
So I hope that you guys were able to follow me with that. Listen, I can't say it enough. God desires for us to have an abundant life. And abundance is all about fruitfulness, it's all about passion, purpose, pleasure. Yes, I said it, pleasure. Because some of us, and I'm gonna include myself on this, in certain seasons, listen, we don't have no fun, but God desires for us to live pleasurable lives.
I'm back.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I don't know what happened. Maybe I popped out during the dawn session and didn't know it. Um, but I'm happy to be back. I don't know. I lost my connection some type of way. Ebony, I must tell you, this was so great. It was the perfect way to end our day. That, and I have to say that to you because you took everything that's been said during the day and put it in a nice little package and a bow on it. That's exactly what happened. When you talk about the three parts, because we've talked about everything, but letting us know that God wants all of us to be
Mhm.
whole, our body, our spirit, and our soul. Um, and it all works together.
Mhm.
That's the part I love is that it all works together because a lot of times um, we get caught up in one part or the other part thinking that we can't make it through when all three work together. And I love the way that you used the scriptures to even point out the mental health parts of what we're doing
Absolutely.
because
Absolutely.
sometimes we get that part mixed up, is that God is in everything that we do.
That's right.
God is
Everything.
in everything that we do, and he wants the best for us. That's the thing. He really does want the best for us. This I don't want to say it wrong. This is you said the pleasure,
Mm-hmm.
the prosper,
Yep.
producer. Let's see. Um
Prolific. Yep.
Prolific, thank you. And I missed one more. But all of these things are so important because a lot of times we think if we have one, we don't have the other. Like I can be purposeful, but I don't have to produce. I
Absolutely.
can't have pleasure and have Christ. That's the part I was so moved because you were saying. I was trying to write it down. If I'm a Christian, then I gotta be poor. And it doesn't work that way. And you made it so
That's
clear that
right.
it
It does.
doesn't work that way. I can be happy and still be in Christ. I remember
That's right.
growing up, I was told, well, you be happy in heaven. Down here, you just working for Christ. Guys, let me tell you, it's not true.
We've been bamboozled.
Bamboozled. Oh my goodness. God wants us to live. And part of living is the pleasure, producing,
Mm-hmm.
prospering, uh,
Pleasure,
producing,
passion.
prospering, passion. That's the one I missed. Passion, because a lot of times we think the only thing we can be passionate about is church. Because a lot of times when we get in that box, we can't say we passionate about Christ because we're disgruntled about uh we love Christ, but we're disgruntled about church.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
that is a myth that you just busted all up,
Hmm.
because my passion for Christ doesn't change the fact that God wants me to be passionate about life.
That's right. And who wants to live a life and not be passionate? Like, what is that about? That's not
Exactly.
even what Jesus did. And so if we're saying that we are spirit-filled believers, we gotta come up with this dynamic life. The Bible
Exactly.
says that he has given us all things that pertain to life and righteousness. And one of them is having a dynamic life. What does dynamic mean? Because I'm gonna tell you that, there have been times I ain't living no dynamic life. So thank God for giving us a greater understanding of just what he desires for us so that we can pursue it. If we don't know, we can't pursue it. But now there is an intention set in me to pursue the life that God desires for me. So what that means is the things that I struggle with in my
Hmm.
humanity, I have to fight every day, to put those things to death so that I can experience what God wants me to experience. Because that's what I want. I want what he wants.
Yeah. But think about it. We call him our father, and what parent doesn't want a good life for their child?
Absolutely.
I
And we,
have
yes.
I've been totally lost at this whole concept that he doesn't want the best for us, yet we as parents want the best for our children. So if we think about us as a parent and he's greater than us, then he definitely wants the best for us.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Ebony, this
Absolutely.
is, oh my goodness.
Well, thank you for
Wow.
inviting me. I appreciate you. And
Thank you for
I thank
coming.
God for all that I've heard today. What I have heard, it's so good. And I can't wait to share with you guys next week.
Yes, Ebony is coming next week, guys. She
Mhm.
is our first facilitator for Life Happens. Now, I want to make it clear that next week we are not going to be talking like this. We're actually going to be talking to you. This is going to be a conference that's going to be a little different from what you're used to. Nobody will be talking at you. And Ebony is great at that because, as you can see, we have a wonderful conversation. But this is a time where, these clinicians and spiritual leaders are coming together to talk about life happening. Ebony's session is going to cover birth to death.
Mm.
And we haven't talked in detail yet, Ebony, but I'm going to share something with everybody that I haven't shared with you yet. But we talk about birth to death and how, there are times when things happen in our life. Um, and it hits us. Life happens, but we must live through it. We
Mm.
got to live through it. Guys, Ebony, oh my goodness, this is good. I am just
Yeah.
you ever after a service sometimes, and this might be the churchy in me. After a service, sometimes you just sit there and bask in the glow of what has
Hmm.
happened.
Yeah.
I am literally basking in the glow of today. This, oh my goodness, from the first presenter until now, everybody has shared such great information.
Recording in
I
progress. Recording stopped.
Hmm.
I challenge you to go back, rewind this. I know it's kind of long, but I think this year, unlike other years, I'm going to take tidbits and put them on TikTok and Instagram because I want people to hear this information. I haven't done that in the past, but I think that's what I'm going to do because all the presenters today were so great, and it shouldn't be just stuff on Facebook. It should be on all social media platforms. So be looking for some reels to come out from this one because this thing has been awesome. So a bunch of myths have been just annihilated today. I mean, Ebony came in with the last one, and I'm still with this whole 3 part, and that we can be happy. Yes, I'm going to let you go, Ebony, and I'm going to get ready to close the day out. Thank you so much again for coming, and we'll
Bye,
see you next
everyone.
week. Bye bye,
All
Ebony.
right.
Yes. So Ebony really did she did a great myth buster. And I wanna say something about that before we leave and before the bishop comes in to close us out for the day. But she did a great myth buster. And that is the myth that the soul, the body, and the spirit can't be happy. God wants us to be happy in every part of our being. And so today, as the bishop comes in, he'll be here in a second. Um, I want to challenge you, as she was saying, if you, he's popping in, if you are experiencing um, some discomfort in any of your three, your soul, your body, or your spirit, hey, get with one of these clinicians that have been here today. I want to put this up here because Ebony has, and we didn't get a chance to get into it, but Ebony has Nexus Wellness Group, which is her business. Please contact her. She's on Facebook, and she has Triple G Living. Triple G Living is on Facebook, Instagram, and there's a podcast that goes with it. So I want you guys to check her out. She's also a clinician. So if you need someone to talk to, check out Nexus Wellness Group. See if she has a space. She just may have a space for you. I know that on her Facebook page for Nexus Wellness Group, you can actually schedule an appointment. Check her out. She's helped so many, and she might be the clinician to help you. Um, and I didn't want to end without putting that information up because Ebony's always with us. She charges us nothing to come, and she shares invaluable information. Let's see. Bishop, are you here? Let's see, we're going to add. I don't think he's here. He's still scrolling in. We're going to continue because he's going to give us our final words today. Let's see. Dr. Michael, he sent us some final remarks from him. So what I'm going to do while the bishop is coming in, I'm going to share Dr. Michael's closing remarks. And then the bishop will be here and he will take it from there. We're about to end the day and pause. You know, today, guys, I've been having a not wonderful time with technology, but we're going to keep going. So right now, before we end, we have some closing remarks from Dr. Michael, who had to go, but we're going to let you guys hear these closing remarks from Dr. Michael. All right. So we're about to end the day, and Dr. Mike, he opened us up. And before we leave, we're going to have a few inspirational words from Dr. Michael Barnes. So, Uncle Mike, I'm just going to put you up here, and you can take it from there.
Okay, great. I'd like to, first of all, thank Ms. Chapman for the invitation. I look forward to this every year. I wouldn't miss it for anything. And I also want to say that I think it's a blessing And if you have listened to all the presentations today, or you've done it in the past, you know how much of a blessing it is. She works very, very hard to bring this to us, and it's nothing but an honor to be a part of it. So thank you once again, Lydia. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for doing this for the people, and I look forward to doing it next year.
Okay, that was words from Dr. Michael. We are still trying to get the bishop in. Let's see if let's see. Bishop, he's still working on it here, guys. While he's coming in, I want to share Bishop, if you can hear me, you can still come in. We still here. I want to share with you about the next week's events, because it is going to be such a awesome event. We really, really want you to join us on next week. It's going to be at the Connect Church of Baltimore. I'm trying to see if I can share the flyer right now. I don't have it here. Uh-oh, that's the wrong one. Definitely the wrong one. I don't have the flyer with me right now, but on next week, we are going to have a great event. It's going to be with some of the clinicians and nurses that you saw today. Also, Pastor P. Andre Wilson will be with us on next week. We have Nurse Tammy, of course, Adrian Holloman, the Dream Coach. Dream Coach will be with us. Ebony Vaughn will be back. LaDon Bridges will be back. We're going to have Charlie Taylor. He's going to be with us. And of course, the one and only Bishop Mark James will be in the house on next week. Look, guys, this is going to be an awesome event because life happens. And a lot of times when life happens, we fall into some of these categories that we've been talking about today. And we just stop living. And that is not the will of God for us. Next week is not a church service. So if you're watching, it's not a church service. Dress down when you come because we're going to talk. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to talk about life happening. Our dream coach is going to talk about how do you pivot when life happens to your dream. You know, that's major because a lot of us, we've had dreams and we feel like we too old to do it now. Well, we have the dream coach coming to talk about that. We have LaDon as our keynote speaker talking about life happens. We have Pastor Andre and Bishop Mark and Charlie Taylor. They're going to do the men's sessions on life happens. Now, guys, usually I do a Survivor series on the Lioness Den, and it's for females. But this year we have decided to spread the love. And so Life Happens covers the men and the women. We truly have something for everyone this year. So if you have not registered, please go to the Lioness Den on Facebook, the Lioness Den on Facebook, and you can find all of the information there. I want you to just check it out and register because this event is going to be an awesome event. Uh-oh, the bishop is here. Let's see. Bishop, are you there? Can you hear us? Look like he's stuck. We're trying here, but he looked like he got stuck there. Not sure what's going on. We'll wait a few more minutes and see if he can come in. But yeah, check us out at the Lioness Den. Register. We are taking registration. And we do have a few more spaces left, just to let you know. It's not that people have not been registering, but we have a few more spaces left. Registration is supposed to close today, but if you register, we will do our best to still get you in So please register, register, register. Come in to this awesome event and let's just talk about life happening. I want to thank everybody. Dr. Michael Barnes, thank you for coming today. That was an awesome session. Again, Nurse Tammy and Nurse Karen, thank you so much for coming. That was such an awesome session. Keisha, thank you for the yoga session. LaDon Bridges, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Ebony Vaughn, thank you so much. You guys, we have received from the best of the best. And I don't know, I don't know where we could have gotten such great advice for such a price as we paid today, because it was
Because
a
it
zero
tells me I'm
charge.
in the show.
It was a zero charge. Bishop, if you can hear me, it's telling you you're in the show, but we can't see your picture. You're coming up blank. There's no picture in your because I can hear you in my ear, so I know that everyone else can hear you, but we can't see you. I see your face this time. Let's see. I see your face this time, but you look stuck again. I'm not gonna bother you with that Verizon because I'm pretty sure that it's that Verizon that's causing us these issues. So that's between us guys. That's our back and forth. He talks about my T-Mobile, and I talk about his Verizon. I think he's still stuck, Bishop. If you can hear me, I'm going to go ahead and close. Guys, thank you for joining. It looks like he's not having much success getting in here. And I really wanted him to come in because the bishop has such great stuff to share with us today. So with that being said, again, it is now, what time is it? It is now 2:52. We thank you for joining us. We appreciate you spending the last 4 to 5 hours with us. For those who's been on the whole time, and for those who are have been on periodically throughout the day, thank you for spending this time with us. We are going to go, but we appreciate you. And please, if you're watching this on the replay, thank you for just taking the time to go through this session. We thank you. We'll be back again next year, the same time, same station. And we love you. God bless. Have a great day.